Inside track on what's buzzing in markets
with the players who are shaping the narrative. If you have bad earnings report, you're going to get punished.
they're not buying what the industry is selling. Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest every trading day only on Bloomberg. As Bloomberg's global financial correspondent, I get to meet the people shaping the way money flows around the world. And I want to bring you with me. Now we're playing.
Yep, now we're playing.
First and foremost, I am a capitalist. The capitalist system is the best system in the world. There isn't another one that works as well. Citigroup moves $4 trillion a day. 5. Wall Street used to be a place. I love all these new Wall Streets. Y'all Street, Wall Street South. Now it's more of an idea.
The optimism here is infectious.
Are New Yorkers are negative?
Yes.
Anything that trains people to understand probabilities and just think through things with a greater degree of nuance is a service to humanity.
I hope you survived the day.
I did. It was a busy day. Bringing you the latest in tech and AI news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tom McKenzie in Paris, and this is Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newspapers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
Let's get now to high interest look what's making headlines around the world. The White House says President Trump will make a decision on whether to strike Iran in the next 2 weeks. That's a 14-day period. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the president's goal of preventing the country from obtaining nuclear weapons remains intact. However, she did add that if there's a chance for diplomacy, the president is always going to grab it. Meanwhile, during the Juneteenth holiday, President Trump took to social media to complain about too many non-working holidays and said it's costing our country billions of dollars to keep all of these businesses closed. He says the workers don't want it either. Workers don't want holidays, right? He says soon we'll end up having a holiday for every once working day of the year, which actually makes sense if you read it over and over again. Right now there are 10 holidays on the New York Stock Exchange and 250 trading days. Meta is going up. With its new smart glasses, the company is rolling out new models with Oakley that are targeted to athletes. The new versions, which start at $399 and go up to $499, will include improved video quality and features like water resistance. There's a whole bunch of pictures of Mark Zuckerberg here, but if you actually look at the Oakley glasses, super unattractive.
Yeah, I don't think they look that cool, so maybe it's better to just show the photos of Zuckerberg. But in any case, let's stay on tech because TSMC shares edging higher this morning. That's after Bloomberg has learned that SoftBank founder Masayoshi Son is planning a $1 trillion industrial complex in Arizona to build robots and artificial intelligence, with TSMC potentially playing a key role. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman recently told Bloomberg.
Hello, this is DrPaulCottrell, and I am doing a live stream on Rumble, YouTube, and on X Spaces. You can also see both versions of the live stream on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, underneath Broadcast Live. So thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. If you have a question, just go to X Spaces and just raise your hand. You'll be able to ask your question. Keep it pertinent to what's being covered today. Markets are in turmoil a bit, especially the energy markets. We'll go over that throughout the broadcast. And it's predicated on, will the United States bomb Iran with its bunker busters or not? Trump said that it looked like he was signaling that he was going to do it on Thursday, that he was going to maybe bomb on Thursday. But yesterday there was a press release that basically said that he's going to wait for 2 weeks. So we'll see elevated prices in the oil markets until there's a decision, because there's an unknown here. Now, oil's been trading at about the 75 range right now for WTI. So we're going to go over that in the markets. The session in New York hasn't opened up yet, so that is going to happen in about 12 minutes or so. So thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. Make sure you subscribe to all my channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube. I have Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. I also have ways for you to support. And you can support by sharing the links, asking your social media to follow me. Make sure you subscribed and click the notifications. You can follow me also on X and GETTR. In addition, please help support the work by donating. You can donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee. I do all these videos for free to give you some intel and perspective on what's going on in the news. And you can be a paid member to my Patreon channel. This is a way to support the work. These videos that I do are for free. I don't put stuff behind a paywall. So please help support the work that I do. In addition, get the great products that I have on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. We'll talk about those throughout the broadcast. Thank you for joining.
Beacon that he didn't even replicate in other US states as well. How much do the people in Arizona want this? Who knows?
That's a good
But they're going
question.
to have to get the government lined up. Already has been talking to people in the government, particularly Commerce Secretary Harry Lutnick, we understand, according to the story.
Well, I do think it's interesting, to your point, Matt, that, okay, you think about the math here and the cash on hand, and okay, maybe you could use and tap some of his ARM holdings to fund it. It's still not enough. Maybe that's why you're not seeing much of a reaction at all in the shares this morning. There's that skepticism that traders are sharing with Matt.
This is NASA. He does these big grandiose statements, these focus of intent, but we understand that there's going to be some maneuvering. This is why he used to turn to Wall Street for high executives to really do that. Rajiv Misra, who used to lead the Vision Fund, was from Deutsche. He was really the artist when it came to understanding how you finance things going into the future. So I don't think he's saying I'm going to be deploying $1 trillion. Just ultimately, the vision might have to be $1 trillion worth. Sam Altman says you're going to get half of that money back. So that seems a pretty painful. I mean, we also know Massa's not afraid to lose money on big bets. He's a risk taker.
That's true. That's true. All right. I think it is a fascinating story, and I'm looking forward to your program today, because I'm sure that you and Ed are going to cover it.
No,
well.
Ed, just me. So
Just Caroline.
Well, even better. Caroline Hyde is anchoring Bloomberg Technology today, and she will cover that, as well as the, let's just say, ugly glasses that Meta is now planning to follow up. I mean, the Ray-Ban Wayfarers are an absolute classic.
Yeah.
Right? And this HTNS, or whatever the Oakleys are called, I mean, they're not even frog skins. Coming up, we're going to talk about more than $6 trillion in derivatives that expire today. It's triple witching, which we always say could make some difference, but never, ever, ever has.
It's like treasury auction.
We'll ask Charlie McElligott why from Nomura this is open interest.
On conflict that is ongoing. As I mentioned a bit earlier, President Trump has said, according to the White House, that he is going to make a decision on the U.S. involvement, quote, within 2 weeks. In the meantime, we did head over to that live image a short time ago showing Geneva, where Iran's foreign minister is meeting with his European counterparts. Now, he actually moments ago just addressed everyone there at the United Nations in Geneva, making some brief comments. So I do want to play those for you here on Live Now from Fox.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Saeed.
All right, I'm going to go to Al Jazeera here. They're interviewing an analyst, I think from the Iranian perspective.
same time, Tehran is saying that it's ready to get involved in diplomatic ways to solve the situation when it comes to the current already complicated strikes and confrontations and escalations that we see between Iran and Israel when it comes to the nuclear program of the country, when it comes to the sanctions. There is this message that the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is trying to convey, and that is Iran's tendency towards settling down the issues via diplomacy. But on the other hand, as we heard from him and as we have been hearing from different officials here in Tehran, they're saying that they're going to strike back as long as Israeli strikes continue. And as I've told you earlier, what we see and the reality on the ground is the continuation of Israeli strikes. From time to time, we hear sounds of explosion, reports of different places, military, nuclear, and civilian residential buildings being targeted with the Israeli strikes ongoing, and it's going to an unprecedentedly dangerous level. And now there is also a possibility of U.S. engagement in this already dangerous situation, to which Iranian officials, including the supreme leader and the president, have already responded, saying that that possibility, U.S. intervention, runs the risk of dragging the entire region into a full-fledged all-out war scenario. But it's still getting back to the conversation, getting back to the statements that we heard from Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. He referred to several facts regarding the recent strikes. First, based on what I can see, and the footages that are coming out, we can say that, rest assured, this is not just the military facilities or nuclear sites being targeted. It is different residential buildings related to very ordinary citizens that are being targeted with the Israeli strikes going on.
We're gonna go back to Bloomberg here.
Right now.
Confused.
Yeah, let me turn to my left and ask you about triple witching. You heard Matt Miller downplay it right before we started here. How much do we need to care? How much does the average investor need to worry about the fact that you have $6.5 trillion worth of expiry at the close today?
Nominal.
Nominal.
Matters.
I'm trying to sell it.
So when options expire, if they were to kind of assume expiring all at once, that's a bunch of gamma coming out of the market. And from a dealer perspective, that kind of removes hedging barriers, which then could kind of expand the range of outcomes. So I talk about a gamma unclench.
Yeah, tell us what that means.
A stock's delta is kind of like the options price sensitivity to change in the underlying. Gamma is the second order Greek on that, which is the rate of change with regards to the delta. Why that matters is I try to kind of qualitatively explain, dealer long gamma or short gamma, in the sense of it can act as an accelerant flow when you're talking about dealer short gamma. If dealers are short options, whether they're short calls or short puts, it can act as an accelerant to kind of amplify moves into the prevailing market direction. In this case, if you have a sudden loss of gamma, and recently, right, the calls have picked up a lot of delta, and there's a kind of an incentive to monetize, that's a de-risking flow. You could see that delta come off, the gamma is removed, all of a sudden we could flush down. That is a potential scenario. However, I think kind of the phenomenon that you were talking about with regards to, the skepticism where we haven't had those kind of expansive, range of outcome events around many OPEX of late, although we have a number of profile ones kind of on the record, has been the amount of vol supply out there, the amount of option selling strategies and AUM and kind of highs in those strategies.
We have to go to break. During the commercial, we'll talk about Kappa Gamma and the tri-delts.
Yes.
Always been a fan. Trump.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support the work that I do by going to my website and getting the products that I have. Now, these are soaps that I use. I have 4 different varieties. You can get it in peppermint, in lavender, in lemongrass, or charcoal tea tree. Very high quality structural nano silver soaps. Get a few for your household, help support the work that I do, and help support your health and wellness. In addition, it's important to detoxify your body and your environment. So the first thing you want to do is start drinking filtered water and stay away from processed foods. The next thing you want to do is to look around in your environment, in the closets, in the cupboards, in the basement, or in the garage, and try to get rid of chemicals that you really don't need. Now, if you do need those cleaning supplies or paints or whatever, make sure that it's in some sort of triple or double layering to prevent degassing. Because a lot of people don't realize that paint cans in the garage or in the basement or cleaning agents in your house, you breathe that in and it's affecting your immune system and your endocrine system. So you want to clean your environment. In addition, you want to detoxify your body on a regular basis. I have heirloom barley and gladiator barley that will help you to detoxify your body daily. I also have zeolite. Zeolite, you take 2 or 3 small drops underneath your tongue and you drink filtered water. You do that every day. And what that's going to do is zeolite will bind to heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals and allow you to urinate those out in about 6 to 8 hours. So you're detoxifying your body on a daily basis. Really important to use zeolite. Now, some people prefer a heavier detox, a more intense detox. What you would do with zeolite would be taking 5 or 10 small drops underneath your tongue and drink filtered water. Do that every day until the bottle is done, and do that once or twice a year. That's another way to do it, but I recommend just a daily detoxification. And again, you can detox using the zeolite. You can detox also using the gladiator barley and the heirloom barley. It's a great way to improve your health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Another thing that's really important for detoxification is making sure that you have plenty of sleep. Because by sleeping, you actually are detoxifying your central nervous system as long as you're getting into that deep cycle and REM cycle sleep. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. So the market's just open. So let's talk about what's going on right now. Now I'm gonna quote you. I'm going to quote 2 different contracts for oil. The first oil contract is the July contract, and that's trading at 75.17 for WTI. The August contract is trading at The August contract is trading at 73.14. The reason why I do that is the July contract is going to be expiring soon. Okay, now the S&P 500. The S&P 500 is at 6,008, so we're above the 6,000 mark. Again, we have, if it stays above the 6,000 mark, we have a support level at 6,000. But it's been bouncing up and down, up and down. So, 6,000 is kind of a resistance level. It doesn't seem to be too strong of a support level at this moment in time. And that's because of what's going on with the tariffs, and will the United States use the bunker busters? All right. Now, natural gas has been ticking up. Yesterday, it went over $4. Now it's at $3.96. It peaked in pre-market at 4.14. So there's this trading range, 3.6 to about 4.1 trading range right now. But I think natural gas is going to start to tick up, especially when we start getting into the August and September contracts. All right. We have the euro is trading at 1.15. The Japanese yen is trading at 145.64. Inflation was a little bit higher with the data in Japan. I want to see a yen that's above 145, and that's kind of a stress indicator. If it goes below 145, stress is starting to build up in the international markets. If it hits below 140, we got a problem. Now, VIX is trading at 19, so it's below 20. That's good. I'd like to see it at about 17. And BITO is trading at 21.21. With BITO trading at 21.21, we have a resistance level at 2148. So it has to break that, all right? Bitcoin's having a problem getting back to 110, all right, 110,000. Supposedly there are an increasing of puts, buying of puts in the option market against Bitcoin. So traders are trying to hedging their Bitcoin position that they're long with a potential that Bitcoin may break 100,000, go below. If that is the case, most likely we're going to see BITO go down, and the support level would be about 20. All right, so right now, resistance level at 2148, support level at 20. Okay, now Boyle is at 62.77. That's tied to longing natural gas. That moves pretty aggressively, so you got to watch nat gas. But the big thing that's happening in the markets is what's going to happen with oil. All right, will the Strait of Hormuz get blocked? If it does get blocked, oil is going to go up. But the thing is that will accelerate the United States to get in, clear the mines, destroy the Iranian Navy, which there's not much there in relative terms compared to what we have. And that will just be another reason to go into bombing Iran. So my take on this is that Trump should have dropped the bunker buster on the underground facility, nuclear facility, yesterday. He failed to do that. He seems to be chickening out. This is that taco trade where Trump always chickens out. And I don't see how a negotiation is going to change anything. If the stance is Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, then the only solution is to destroy the facility. If Iran says, well, we promise we're not going to do it. Well, the problem is that the IAEA said that they have a stockpile of 60%. My understanding is they also have an increasing at 83%. All right, so they have 60%, which is okay. That's civilian use, but they have a stockpile. I mean, there's more than they need for civilian use at the 60% enrichment level. This is from the IAEA. Unless you're planning on using it for further enrichment to the 90% level. In addition, they do have some quantities I don't know, but they do have some that's at the 83% enrichment level. So you have 83% enrichment level with a lower quantity, a very high quantity that goes way beyond civilian use at the 60% level. Those are two data points that suggest that we're in a danger zone when it comes to weaponization of radiological material, all right, in Iran. It needs to be destroyed. The question is if you destroy it, should you take out the theocratic regime? I say yes. I think that the Ayatollah should be killed. There needs to be regime change. Now the thing is that if you've been listening to X, the son of the Shah, who lives in England, is trying to come back and reboot the kingship. The people, it doesn't seem like there's that much of a support for this guy, based on what I was able to cursory through X. But it does feel like a CIA kind of operation where it's like, well, let's reintroduce him to the world. So he's doing these videos on X and on YouTube, and he's being interviewed on CNN and on Fox, and it's like trying to reintroduce the monarchy. All right. The CIA likes that. Maybe even Trump likes it because he's a known quantity that could be controlled. instead of the messiness of democracy. The difference between Iraq and Afghanistan and Iran is that Iraq and Afghanistan didn't have as many educated people that were as secular. Iran has a lot of educated, secular individuals that want democracy. So the thing that we should do is kill the Ayatollah, destroy the nuclear facilities, bring in the IMF and the World Bank, get their currency stabilized, make sure that energy is exported for a flow of funds for their economy, and have the United Nations come in to monitor fair elections, democratic elections. And in the process, have this 3 branches of government to be booted up in the country: the judicial branch, the legislative branch, and the executive branch, instead of a monarchy coming in. But that's messy. That's, and CIA doesn't like to do things. They want to have a puppet. You bring in the Shah's son, and it's going to be a fiasco, and we're going to have problems. But destroying that nuclear facility is a must. Killing the Ayatollah is a must. And I am totally against the Shah's son to come back as some sort of king. They need to boot up democracy in Iran, and it can happen because they have a secular society that's educated. You didn't have that in Afghanistan. You really didn't have that in Iraq. So if someone says, we can't go in, we must be we must be America first, and be a pacifist, and we're not going to do anything. This is not like Iraq and Afghanistan. It's totally different. Totally different. So that's my take on it. My gut feeling, Trump is going to chicken out. He's not going to bomb. And he's going to try to find some sort of peace agreement where he says to the world, well, we talked with the Iranians and they said that they're not going to do it. And we're going to have the IAEA, just watch them. If he doesn't blow up the damn underground facility, then how's that any different than what Obama did? Other than pay money. Obama gave money, but I mean, the end result is the same. They still have a weapons program that is inching closer and closer to 90% enrichment. And the theocratic regime is still there. You got to solve the nuclear issue, and the theocratic regime has to be eliminated. But Trump is afraid. Trump is afraid. And I think that the ones that coined the phrase the taco trade, I think they're right. Trump will say something, be bombastic, be a tough guy, and then he'll chicken out. And we saw it yesterday. All right. Now there's going to be a lot of people saying, "Oh, let's just be pacifists. Let's just be a pacifist." Well, there were lots of pacifists during the revolution. Did that work out for them? No. There were pacifists during the Civil War. Did that work out? No. There were pacifists even during World War I and World War II. Did that work out? No. Now, that doesn't mean that every war is justified. But the thing is that to use the experience of Iraq and Afghanistan and say it's going to be the same thing for Iran, that's not true. That's not true unless you have an operation that brings in the Shah's son as some sort of king, or some sort of mezzanine government that's like Karzai did in Afghanistan. That was a fiasco. So I would agree with the pacifists, and let's not do regime change if it's with the Shah's son. I would agree with that. But there's a chance to actually blossom democracy in Iran here. And being a pacifist misses that opportunity. Being a pacifist keeps the Ayatollah in power. Being a pacifist allows for Iran to inch closer and closer to 90% enrichment of uranium. They have a gigantic stockpile of 60% that way more than they need for civilian use. So if you have way more than you need for civilian use, what are you using it for? Weapons. Wake up. And none of that, they're already at 83%. What the quantities are, I don't know. But the thing is, they're getting closer. So being a pacifist allows them to get closer? You think that this idea that Iran having a nuclear weapon is a good idea? Well, we're America and we don't need to worry about that. Really? What about MBS saying, if Iran gets a nuclear weapon, we're going to take our sovereign funds and we're going to buy nuclear weapons, and there's going to be an arms race. So you have an arms race between Saudi Arabia and Iran. Think that's a good idea? Pacifist? No, I don't think so. And this is why, even during the bioweapon issue 5 years ago, pacifists didn't do anything. They didn't do anything. They, keyboard warrior, they didn't educate themselves on the science of it. They didn't educate themselves on the pathophysiology of it. They didn't, educate themselves on the erosion of our constitutional freedoms. No, they'd rather be a keyboard warrior than actually shut down the weapons labs. Complain about other stuff that don't really matter, like Epstein or P. Diddy. Those things don't matter. Those totally don't matter. But when you have stuff that's released from a laboratory that is affecting your genomics, then that's something to worry about. No. Keyboard warriors, it's all that whole info war bullshit. The only thing that works is kinetic war, not info war. It's kinetic war. All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the great supplements that I have. Take them the way that I'm telling you to take them. These are things that I use to slow down the aging process. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. And if you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
I guess it doesn't have to. You could make it the Magnificent 8, as we've been saying today. But Tesla is shrinking as Broadcom is expanding, right?
Exactly. So one of the reasons I even started looking at this is I just kept hearing people say, Broadcom is really making strides. It's kind of having a breakout moment. Shares have rallied a lot this year. And this rally has brought it over $1 trillion in market cap, and it now actually is the 7th biggest stock in the S&P 500. And so the original idea sort of behind the Magnificent 7 was those 7 biggest stocks, and also sort of that they have this growth aspect to them, that shares are really having a huge run up. So obviously this year we've seen a little bit more of a split in the Mag 7. About half are up on the year, and then we have some really big laggards, Apple being one of them and Tesla being another. And so in terms of not just share growth, but revenue growth and the business expanding, Broadcom makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, you make a good point that certainly the Magnificent 7 haven't been trading as a block necessarily. There's a lot of bifurcation when it comes to that group. I suppose we could just start saying the Magnificent 8, and that's how the change.
That's what Nancy Tangler does, right? From Laffer Tangler.
Yeah. I mean, you think about other acronyms, FANG, such as for example, it's really like this moment in time sort of phrase. And the Magnificent 7, maybe to your point that we're seeing more bifurcation, maybe that is just a sign of times that were.
Yeah, totally. And I think it's also important to remember that really these names, they're made up. They're things that we're using because they're quick and they're easy and we know exactly what we're talking about. But there really is
been some expansion outside of that big 7 group, and I've even heard people talking about, the big 9, the big 10. What, should we include Oracle? Should we be talking about IBM? So yeah, there is definitely a shift going on, and trying to come up with a new acronym, I guess.
I'm just looking through if you do an ANR function, analyst ratings on the Bloomberg Terminal, analyst recommendations, you see a ton of analysts who are not buys on Tesla. I'm looking at like 30 who are not buys on Tesla. There are 23 who are not buys on Apple. On Broadcom, there's only 6, and they have 46 buy ratings. So analysts are super bullish this time.
They are super bullish, and I think it's also important to remember that like sell ratings also come after record highs, right? And Broadcom was just at a record high right ahead of its earnings. So some of that isn't necessarily negative sentiment. It's just like, oh, maybe there's not a whole lot more room to run this year. But yeah, overarchingly super positive and an interesting one to watch for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Really enjoyed reading this article. I encourage everyone to go find it on the terminal.
They need a new ticker.
They do.
Still
AVGO. Well, we've got to come up with a new ticker for Broadcom, a new moniker for this group of stocks. So it's a long to-do list. Carmen, great to see you. Have a great weekend when you get there. That is Bloomberg's Carmen Reineke. I will also note, if you take a look at the year-to-date performance of NVIDIA and AVGO Broadcom, they are neck and neck right now. NVIDIA up about 8.7% on a total return basis. AVGO Broadcom close behind with 8.2% total returns.
Right, NVIDIA is the only one of the Mag 7 stocks that is expected to grow in terms of the top line more than Broadcom.
True.
Which I now know because I read Conference Story.
It's a good one. Everyone should go read it. Coming up, active ETFs now outnumber passive ones for the first time ever, but experts are skeptical of their staying power. We'll have that conversation up next. This is Open Interest.
But there were quite many. I'm not aware yet to where exactly did it fall, but we could feel the bluster even in the shelter when one window almost opened and closed again.
Can you tell us how Israelis respond to this? Because, of course, Israelis believe or say that they have been under constant threat by the countries that surround them in the Gulf for many, many years. And, of course, there have been attacks by armed groups from Gaza, Hamas particularly, but also from the West Bank. How does what Israelis are facing now compare to what's been happening in previous years?
Well, now they seem to look at everything as
well, it looks like there's additional rockets launched from Iran into Israel. So let's listen to CNBC on their take of Trump's 2-week deadline extension.
Employees get the information they need instantly. Tractor Supply goes further with T-Mobile for Business.
Let's get to Israel-Iran tensions and the White House still awaiting word about what the president is thinking on this matter, about doing. Megan Cassell is in Washington with the latest. Megan, what do you hear?
Hey, good morning, guys. So the biggest headline here is the President Trump saying yesterday that he'll decide within 2 weeks whether or not the U.S. military will join Israel in its attacks against Iran. And I'll say, guys, the president regularly sets these 2-week deadlines for something to happen. He often doesn't stick to them, but this latest statement does clearly suggest that nothing is settled at this point and that he's continuing to consider his options and that all of them appear to remain on the table. So that means the possibility of a U.S. strike is still distinctly there, but the White House does continue.
The thing is that this 2-week situation could be to buy some time to get our military in the region to ramp up for further operations and for the UK to get ready. That could be. But if he doesn't bomb that underground facility, the nuclear underground facility with the bunker busters, he will go down as a failed president. Because there will never be a president in our lifetime that is so close to being able to solve this fucking nuclear problem with Iran as we are right now. The time to hit was yesterday, but he backed off because there's something about Trump where he's afraid. Real leaders take risks. There is no such thing as finding a solution that has no risk and actually solves the problem. And he's afraid to do it. And this is the reason why I think these traders that you know, especially with the tariffs, where Trump always chickens out. He's chickening out here. Now, again, like I said, there's two things he needs to do, and I think he's afraid to do the second one. The first one is to bomb the facility with the bunker busters and knock it out. We could do that. The next thing is to decapitate the theocratic regime, kill the Ayatollah. The military structure that supports the Ayatollah has already been killed by Israel. This is an easy hit, but they didn't do it. He's not willing to do it. He's afraid. Because what's happening is he's going to say, who's going to take over? It's a good question. But the solution is to knock out the theocratic regime, because you have an educated population, a large educated population in Iran that's secular, educated, that are male and female, that are professionals. They could blossom with democracy. But instead, you're starting to see on Fox News and on CNN and on BBC, they're starting to roll out the son of the Shah that's living in England. That he's going to come back like, you know, some sort of monarch that saves the day. But if you pay attention to some of his posts and the people that actually post in his feed, and it's all in Arabic and you have to have it translated, you can do the translation method through X. A lot of them don't like him. So you can see that what's happening is this 2 weeks is kind of building up. Well, maybe we'll bring in, you know, this known quantity, this educated, Western educated Shah's son, and bring back the monarchy. No, the messiness of democracy is the right thing for Iran. And people would say, well, you can't do this. You can't knock out the Ayatollah. That's regime change and you know, nation building. Look at the fiasco that we had in Iraq and Afghanistan. Iraq and Afghanistan are two totally different things. First of all, Afghanistan is in the Stone Age. Always has been and always will be. Iraq doesn't have as many educated people as they have in Iran. Then there was this never-ending war concept that because of the Bushes in the Middle East. We don't have that with Iran. The people don't even want the Ayatollah. So this is begging for some international help for democracy to flourish in Iran. Knock out the nuclear facilities, kill the Ayatollah, bring in the IMF, the World Bank, stabilize the currency, keep the oil flowing to have money coming in to stabilize the country so people have jobs, and then bring in the UN to watch the elections to help them move towards a three-branch government. That is very similar to a constitutional republic, where someone pens a constitution and they have branches of government, not a monarchy. But if you listen to Fox News, they think that they should bring some clown from the UK that's the son of the Shah, because he's a known quantity. So this two week thing that Trump's doing, I think is part of it's he's scared. Another part of it is that we need more hardware in the region, and it's going to take some time to get there. And the other is roll out the CIA operation to bring in the Shah's son. And if they do that, that's destined to fail. 90% of the things that the CIA does, it makes things worse. There's only about 10% where they actually get it right and they make things better. But they make things worse 90% of the time so bad that literally it takes decades, if not quarter century, or sometimes a half of a century to fix it. All right, let's continue. And I hope that Trump doesn't fail on this, but I have a feeling he will. I have a feeling he will.
Push for a diplomatic solution.
Yeah, diplomatic solution. What's the
Iran
diplomatic
is in a very
solution?
weak and vulnerable
I can't even get past 1 minute in this fucking video without having a coronary. What would be the diplomatic solution? The Ayatollah stays? You have a massive amount of 60% enrichment of uranium that no civilian use would ever need that much? Ever? Why would you need so much 60% enriched uranium in mass quantities beyond civilian use unless you're making it for a fucking weapon? So what's the diplomatic solution? The Ayatollah stays? We don't bomb the facility? Is that the diplomatic solution? How's that any different than what fucking Obama did, other than signing a $150 billion check?
And because of the strikes and the attacks from Israel. And with respect to the president's statement, I shared that with all of you. And he has been very direct and clear. Iran can and should make a deal. We sent a deal to them that was practical, that was realistic, or they will face grave consequences.
Now, a group of European foreign ministers, those are from the UK,
Really?
France, Germany.
Really? They're gonna unravel their whole nuclear program just to make a deal with Trump. You really think that's gonna happen with the Ayatollah? Trump's gonna cave in.
The EU, they're all in Geneva today to meet with Iranian officials, and they've been clear that their message is strongly in favor of some sort of a negotiated deal, even as they emphasize, as the White House says, that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. But that meeting today comes after the UK.
They need that underground facility. And our military brass is saying there's probably a hidden one that we don't even know where it's at in the mountain range. Probably not just one. But they don't have any evidence of it. That's a little scary. Right when he's on the heel, right when the Ayatollah is shaking in a bunker, being worried by the hour that he's going to be killed, and Trump doesn't pull the trigger? What a fucking pussy.
Foreign minister was at the White House yesterday to meet with Steve Witkoff, he's the Middle East envoy, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio. U.S. officials are not a part of today's Geneva meeting, but the White House has framed it as a meeting between European leaders and Iran, but they've added that the president does support diplomatic effort from our allies that could bring Iran closer to taking his deal. So guys, we'll see what comes from that later today. Guys.
You know, there's a lot of talk, Megan, about will he, won't he, and everybody has opinions inside his party and the other side.
No, what it was is that his gut instinct at the very beginning was take out the nuclear facility, knock out the Ayatollah. That was his gut reaction. And then you had Tucker and you had Bannon that are a bunch of pacifists. And the issue that we've had that we're at with Iran now is because of all of these presidents being a pacifist, not willing to get the job done. We could have solved the issue yesterday, literally yesterday, because of the failed policies of the Carter administration, of the Reagan administration, of the Bush Senior's administration, of the Clinton administration, of the Bush Jr. administration, the Obama administration, first term Trump's administration failure on this crap, and then Biden's administration. That's an awful lot of administrations that fucked up.
I'm wondering is what it would look like if he did. I mean, we're talking about, we're not necessarily talking about, you know, American soldiers on the ground. We're not talking about a prolonged war. I know a lot lot of people compare it to Iraq. That's very different from where we are now. So what
Totally.
do you hear?
Iraq. So you had Bannon who did serve in the military as I think it was on a Navy destroyer during the Cold War. All right. And thank you for your service, Bannon. But the thing is you're wrong about Iran. You're right about Taiwan, but you're wrong about Iran. Iran cannot have a fucking nuclear weapon. You know why? Because the Ayatollahs are basically saying you set the world on fire, then the 12th imam comes. That's their religion. They want to set the world on fire. And MBS from Saudi Arabia said that it will lead to nuclear proliferation in the Middle East. He will use his money and buy nuclear weapons. He said that. So do you think a arms race between Saudi Arabia and Iran is going to turn out well? That is the result of a group of people that are pacifists, like Tucker and Bannon.
Well, we don't want to do regime change, and this whole fiasco be post 9/11 with the Bushes.
It's different. This is different. We don't even have to put boots on the ground. We can knock them out with the missiles that we have in the sky and bring in the international community to boot up democracy. But no, Trump wants to have known quantities. And let's roll out the Shah's son on CNN. Let's roll out the Shah's son on Fox News and BBC so people get the touchy-feely of the guy. That didn't work so well with Karzai in Afghanistan. The CIA needs to stay away from this fucking thing. They started it, they stay away from it. And the international community needs to come in and allow for Iran to be integrated in the world economy. And the United States can easily help them on this. You stabilize the country economically, and you will and democracy will flourish there because you have an educated secular population. You didn't have that in Iraq, and you sure as hell didn't have that in Afghanistan with a bunch of goat herders. But Bannon and Tucker are so smart that they convinced Trump to be a pussy.
It comes to this big decision.
We don't know exactly, but what it seems like the most likely possibility is using these bunker-busting bombs, as they're known, which would require the use of American B-52s and American pilots, in order to bomb, most likely, Fordo, the underground nuclear facility site that they think U.S. bombs and military equipment would be required in order to completely take that out. There are questions about whether it would be effective, and President Trump, based on all the reporting and everything that we know is out there, has been asking these questions of whether it would be effective, but that seems like the most likely.
You need 3 B-2 bombers. Fire the GBU-57 from B-2 Bomber 1, all right? And then you fire another one. They're all GPS guided, so you just, you're arrowing it through, right? Like a train, you're training them in from the second B-2 and then the third B-2. The Israelis already have ground soldiers in the region that can verify. And I wouldn't be surprised if the United States does too. Leaders take risks. Trump is afraid of taking risks. And then he's so afraid of taking risks that Bannon and Tucker know how to push buttons. And not only that, here is the kicker. They get notoriety in social media, and they get lots of clicks and lots of views and lots of ad revenue. Stephen Bannon is getting ad revenue by seeing all these views, getting all these views from and Tucker, and literally they're getting money from these high views with their social media, and Iran is slowly inching closer and closer to a nuclear weapon, and the Ayatollah stays in power. Isn't that a little fucked up? Isn't that a little fucked up?
Possibility. The concern is whether that leads to anything more.
Really quickly, Megan, these talks in Geneva with some of the EU leaders, does that complicate U.S. efforts in any way?
It looks like, based on the UK foreign minister being here yesterday and going straight there, that they are trying at least to be in alignment. So it seems like, based on that White House statement, they're supporting this meeting. You do wonder, I wonder at least why U.S. officials aren't there, but maybe they think that European officials at this point are the better messenger, and that it's easier to use these intermediaries rather than the U.S. and the Iranians meeting directly. The White House says they're still talking, that communication is ongoing between the two sides, but at least the meetings for now are between these third parties.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Some indications the Europeans themselves might be getting a little more hawkish, talking about zero enrichment. Megan, appreciate that. Megan Costello this morning.
I don't know.
Solve for X, where X
I have zero
confidence.
zero faith in Trump at this moment in time because Tucker and Bannon wagged the dog. Amazing. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take the supplements that I offer so you can slow down the aging process and help with your cardiovascular health so you don't have a fucking coronary because Trump administration has fucked up. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin C and magnesium. Vitamin C is going to help with your skin, but vitamin C and magnesium helps with your immune system, and magnesium helps with your brain function. Magnesium and zinc. It's going to help with your immune system, and magnesium helps with your brain function. Take them together. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and use discount 5, and you get $5 off any order. And if you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. And hopefully, we have someone that has some common sense in the White House and actually knocks out Iran, so we don't have a nuclearized arms race in the Middle East. Because we will never have a president being in a position like this ever again to be able to knock out the Ayatollah and the nuclear program in one operation. We will never have this again. And he literally is letting it slip by. Now, is that a leader? Is that a leader? You think George Washington on his white horse during the Revolution, if he had an opportunity to shoot the king, would he? I think he would.
8.1% from last year. Carvana shares are also higher because of that too. So we go from cars to restaurants. Okay, have you ever been to an Olive Garden, Longhorn Steakhouse, Capitol Grill?
Yes.
Oh, Capitol Grill. Okay.
Chris, yes.
Chris, there he goes.
I kind of like the butter on the steak at the Roots Chris.
Oh,
Some people think that's a little cheesy.
steak.
I think that's pretty good.
No, it's delicious.
Yes.
I know. I love it. They're all Darden restaurants, right? So ticker DRI up just over 1%. Slightly better than expected sales. Its earnings did edge down a bit. Said sales were higher because of a few things, a mix of growing same restaurant sales, but also they had sales from its purchase of more than 100 Chuy's Tex-Mex restaurants and 25 net new restaurants. So they had some sales there. Specifics, earnings.
Right, I'm going to go to CNBC. I'm going to go to CNBC, and they're interviewing the Palantir co-founder, Joe Lonsdale. But before I do that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the probiotic and the probiotic in the VeggieCap form or the probiotic in the powdered form. I prefer taking the powdered form, but both are very high quality. By taking a good probiotic, you're going to improve your metabolism, you're going to improve your energy absorption, you're going to help bring down inflammation at the gut level, you're going to improve the communication between your gut and your liver and your gut and your brain, you're going to be able to sleep better, you're going to be able to concentrate better, you're going to improve your skin, your hair, and your nails, you're going to improve your immune system. So please take a good probiotic. It's a foundational supplement. It's very important to take. And another foundational supplement is the multivitamin. But taking good probiotic is going to help start you in a positive direction in terms of improving your health. So foundational piece for improving your health and wellness, probiotic and a multivitamin. And you build off of that. But those are foundational. You have to take a probiotic. Super important. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Click the link in the description of this video and all my videos to get to my website. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order, and if you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. All right, let's go to Palantir.
The #1 food for regular BMs, huh? Okay, let's see.
Fastest way to clear out stuff poop is by adding more fiber to your diet.
Not quite.
President Trump saying he's going to decide whether the U.S. will strike Iran within the next 2 weeks. Joins us right now to discuss the conflict in the Middle East, the AI tech war, and so much more. Joe Lonsdale's here, co-founder of Palantir, founding partner at ABC. His investments across the defense industry include Anduril, which is ranked now as CNBC's the top, I should say, of CNBC's disruptor list. So there you go. Well deserved. What do you think is going to happen? I not what you want to happen. What do you think is going to happen?
Let's make sure he knows what's going on first. You know the population of Iran?
The population of the Death Star.
He now knows. Everybody knows. 92 million.
General McChrystal just told us 92 million Iranians are all jonesing for a nuke.
No, that's ridiculous. The reality here that people, if you want to understand Iran versus other places, is the people of Iran, the Persian people, the Kurds, the others there, they're much more natural allies of the Jews, of the USA.
This is what I've been saying.
This was a very modern country before it was conquered by these.
Exactly. They want democracy. They're secular. They're educated. They're smart. Some of the smartest engineers I've ever met in my life were from Iran. Smartest engineers. They want democracy. And Trump is fucking this up because he's afraid to take risks. And the thing is, it's not really risk. It's not really a risk. Do you think, let's step back for a second before we continue on with Palantir, all right? Do you think that it was Trump himself that saved himself in Butler? Or do you think that there was some sort of divine intervention that took place that allowed him to survive an assassination attempt? Do you think that it was his smart lawyers that got him through all of that lawfare? Where if another politician went through it, they would be convicted multiple times? No, it was because of divine intervention. Do you think that because of his smarts that he became a multi-billionaire? Or was it through divine intervention? This guy is here as the president of the United States to get certain things done. And he is fucking it up because he's afraid. And he doesn't need to be afraid. Because if you look at it and zoom out at the big picture of this, the world will be a better place for everyone. That was not the case when we went in false pretenses into Iraq and Afghanistan with the whole fiasco with post 9/11. This is different. And this is why Tucker and Bannon are wrong.
That's a very important point to understand.
But they were going to throw flowers at us in Iraq. That never happened.
Yeah, well, and I'm not saying they're going to throw flowers at us here, but this is a lot different situation. And it's you know, I work with a lot of amazing Persian people. I'm really excited to invest in Iran if we can get this country to be some sort of republic, not run by crazy people. And that's a lot easier than doing that in Afghanistan or somewhere else.
Exactly.
How much do you think this is about? We were talking to the Minister of the Economy in Israel. Is it about regime change, like full-on regime change in Iran, versus just eliminating the nuclear threat?
No.
Well, it's very clear that this administration says it's about eliminating the nuclear threat. That's their goal. I respect that. You know, when we attacked Iraq 20 years ago,
maybe the United States is afraid to say it. But the thing is, our foreign policy in Iran should be very clear. The Ayatollah is gone, and there is no nuclear weapons. Trump's afraid. Trump is afraid. See, what it is you got people like Tulsi Gabbard and Tucker Carlson And, you know, you got these pacifists, right? And there's nothing wrong with differences of opinion. But the thing is when is the United States ever going to have an opportunity like this again? When? When? It's like winning the lotto, but being afraid to actually go to the lotto official office to cash it in. Because maybe you're afraid to get hit by a car or something.
That was a mistake versus going after Iran. Iran's clearly a really evil regime. So I've been against the Iranian regime. I've been for freeing Iran for a long time. That is not what this administration says they're doing, and I respect that. I think it is critical we get rid of them.
Right. Okay, so from what you know, as somebody who I think of as inside the defense industrial complex, there's a question, this is actually a very technical question, just about these bunker bombs. Do you think that they could actually do the job? Because that is the fundamental question that I think Trump is trying to figure out. If it works, I think he may do it. If he's convinced that it may not work, it's a different question.
I'm told that they do the job.
Try it. And if it doesn't, do it again and again. We have 20 of them. We have 20 of them. Now, the thing is it can go down 200 feet. But the idea is that you want to go in with multiple and then have them guided in, and they explode in a serial way. But when you're creating this crater, then you can go in with standard munitions because you've already created the crater. So the thing is it's not, I don't even know why our military hasn't said this. All right. Some of the talking heads use 3 or 4 bunker busters, the GBU 57s. That means you have to have 4 B2s, and then you come in and you carpet bomb with standard munitions. And it will shake the earth so much that it will be destroyed. Now, would it be costly? Yes. We only have 20 of them, 20 of these GBUs 57s, but so what? It's too simplistic to just say, let's just drop 1 or 2 bombs or 3 bombs, because it's going to create a crater. And you want to cause a seismic activity on top of blowing stuff up, because it's not just deep, but it's spread out. Right? When you build a facility, is it some sort of, a vertical shaft going, miles and miles deep? No. It's 300 feet deep, and then it spreads out. So you need to use seismic activity. Well, how are you going to get seismic activity? You drill in, you blow up, and then you do standard munitions. Now, why does DrPaulCottrell have to be saying this? It's common sense. Let's go back to CNBC.
It seems to me there's no reason they shouldn't be able to do it. The other thing you can do is you can hit things multiple times, which is not a bad idea, which is probably what I would do even if I was told they worked, if I was the leader, just in case. But I've been told they work, and I think we have to use them.
But the Israeli Minister of Economy said, doesn't matter. One way or another,
we're doing it anyway.
Israel,
we're figuring it out.
So why do it as the United States? Why even get involved?
Because for Israel to do it, it's a lot more risky. Because they have people on the ground that are going to have to infiltrate the actual facility and blow it up from the inside. It's much higher risk. It's better to hit it from the B2s and then to take the ground operations, Israeli, I'm willing to bet it's Israeli and US. But the thing is that these ground operations to verify, to go in and verify. That's why we do it, Joe. Joe can't even get stuff out of his mouth. Masters in molecular biology, ended up being a stockbroker on Wall Street, ends up getting on CNBC, and he can't get a fucking question out of his mouth.
death to America for years. If people kill American soldiers and then people try to build a nuke, you should make it clear they can't have a nuke. I think that's like a very basic thing. I don't understand what this new woke right's doing. I think we've actually shown that the vast majority of the right does not want them to have a nuke. It supports that activity. There's a lot of Islamist bot accounts online right now trying to pretend that they're on the right, that they're against doing this, but
They're hitting me right now.
The new, what he's describing as the new woke right.
I heard, yeah.
Is the new woke right, is Steve Bannon and Tucker Carlson part of that?
Those guys are part of it, and a bunch of Pakistani accounts online pretending to be Christians are part of it. Let's be clear. There's like millions of fake bot accounts online.
Yeah. And like I said, if you look at this from a Kabbalistic point of view, the ones that are this woke right movement that he's talking about, this is negative Esau. Negative Esau is not the centrist of the society. Negative Esau is both sides of the spectrum, the ultra libs and the ultra right. Because this ultra right movement that's in the United States, they're pacifists. They're truly pacifists. Now, do you think you'd win World War II being a pacifist? Do you think World War I would have been won as a pacifist? Do you think General Patton was a pacifist? Do you think Eisenhower was a pacifist? Do you think those soldiers that lost their life on the beaches of Normandy were pacifists? America is where we're at because of a blessing, and they were willing to take risks.
Partisan, yes, it is true. There's a lot of good people in MAGA who I respect who do not want to put more troops on the ground, and they are angry about wasting trillions of dollars and lots of lives in the Middle East, and I think that is a legitimate thing to be angry.
You don't need to put troops on the ground. You don't need to have conventional troops on the ground. I'm sure we have special ops there already. Positive about that. But we don't need to put standard troops on the ground. It is using the international community, and that is through the UN, the IMF, and the World Bank to stabilize the economy, set up a constitution, 3 branches of government. They have a very educated society. They can get this done quickly. This is not Afghanistan and not the shithole in Iraq.
This does not mean you don't stop crazy people from getting in. It's a very
And it's possible that not all interventions are the same. And this might not, it doesn't have to be like Iraq.
It's a childlike stubbornness because they're so angry about what happened before, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, he's right about that.
To AI.
I'm thrilled to announce that the New York Times editorial board just urged moderate voters to rank me as their top choice. But let's be real, this race is likely to come down to...
I want to pivot the conversation to AI for a moment, if you indulge me. We're watching one of the great soap operas of our time play out between Microsoft and OpenAI, and we can get into Elon in a moment. But what do you make of what's happening between OpenAI and Microsoft at this point? They were partners, they are partners, and now it sounds...
I'm going to go on a tangent here, but Elon is a strange name. Elon Musk. You know how Israel, God's name is embedded in the name Israel? Ishmael, right? God's embedded in the name. Elon's embedded in the name. God's name is embedded in Elon.
Every day, like, this is a fracturing relationship.
I mean, listen, Microsoft's preserving their optionality. They're partners in some ways, but it seems to me very clear from the outside that they're both preserving their ability to try to fight and win separately, that you have to do.
Can they? I mean, so there's 2 issues, right? So for Sam Altman, he needs to be able to continue to raise capital, right? This company still is not making money. It's dependent on continuing to raise capital almost repeatedly. At some point, hopefully, it gets to some kind of escape velocity where you don't need to do that. I don't know what you think of the economics of that business. At the same time, it's unclear to me where Microsoft really sits in terms of its own LLM efforts. Obviously, they hired Mustafa, a way to run that business. And I imagine there's lots of interesting things going on there, but we don't see them in part because they're offering, OpenAI as part of their Copilot service.
from the outside, it seems like a mistake to me that they're fighting. Everyone's saying, oh, wow, Elon's having to spend $1 billion a month, on his efforts. I think OpenAI is something like $4 billion per month on their efforts, right? And it seems like Microsoft would be a really good thing to have as a close ally. It's not clear to me when these things get profitable. I think a lot of people claim they're going to be profitable in a few years, and they probably know it better than me, but this stuff's going to be really expensive for a while, especially given that they're all fighting.
Can we talk about Doge? We often talk about Doge. I know you're an old pal of Elon's. What do you think about some of the comments that Elon has made about Doge recently, and just talk about fractured relationships, the fractured relationship with the Trump administration right now?
Listen, there's been a lot of mess there the last couple of weeks. We still have a lot of our smartest friends working at Doge. They're still cutting billions of dollars of nonsense. I'm really glad they're there. I don't want them to give it up. They're still fixing a lot of things with these different areas. I guess I obviously supported everything Elon overall did there. I was a little frustrated with the comment he made earlier this week, which was that, there's a tidal wave of AI coming, and therefore we don't need to worry about cleaning the beach of the government. I think that's actually the wrong conceptual model. The correct conceptual model, Andrew, is that AI is coming to our society, and it's really important that AI ends up lifting everyone up. And the way it's going to do that is through Western civilization's ways of work. So we have a civilization that's built based on the Enlightenment, based on its property rights, its Judeo-Christian values, its classical virtues. Like it's a functional civilization. We don't want to give that all up for AI. We want to go in. We want to make
God, country, and family. These are the pillars of society. That's what I've been saying for eons. The problem comes in is when you have decoupling of labor and capital. Who's going to buy the goods when everyone's laid off? Think everyone's going to have their own company? Think everyone is going to be, a Steve Jobs? No. McKinsey is worried that they're going to lose sales because of AI capability that can automate strategy and have it populate a PowerPoint in minutes. So something that you may spend, depending on the size of your company, but let's say you wanted a like some sort of marketing strategy or some sort of M&A strategy, mergers and acquisition strategy, and you would have paid McKinsey, let's say $250,000 or $1 million to do, right? Depending on the size of the company. But let's say you would have paid $250,000 for their strategy, right? So they come in, do forensics, get information, go back to their team and build up a strategy. You can literally do it in minutes now. Minutes. For pennies on the dollar. So what's McKinsey going to do? What's Boston Consulting going to do? Now, it's allowing for corporations to save money. So the consultant world is going to die down. But then what happens when they start automating these processes within the company and they don't need as many workers in different divisions? There's a decoupling of labor and capital. Now, at the very beginning, these corporations that are implementing this will have better margin. They'll be more profitable compared to their peers. But then eventually their peers will catch up. And what happens is that there is just don't need as many workers. Decoupling of labor and capital. Now, when these people lose their job because of AI, and it started with the consultants, but eventually it will be at the corporate level within these different divisions. What are these people going to do? They're all going to start a new company. They're all going to do the gig economy. What are they going to do? Some of them will start new companies. Some people will go to other companies. But there's a downward spiral of implementing AI to make the companies more efficient. You don't need as many people. Then you add in humanoid robots. Every single manufacturing job will be eliminated. Now people say, well, there's not that many manufacturing jobs. Okay, all right. But what happens when the humanoid, then let's say a corporation spends $50,000 for the humanoid or even $100,000 for the humanoid. But that's it. So they radically save on salary. Not everybody will get laid off, but many people. There's gonna be a point in time where the humanoid will take the jobs of the back office. There'll be a point in time that the humanoid will, the R2D2 and C3PO is going to be your health care provider. We're not that far away from this. What do humans do? Oh, we'll just be creative. Well, what about the debt-ladenness of the society? What happens when labor and capital decouple? Because capitalism is predicated on labor and capital. You need capital, you pay laborers, laborers buy, and there's a feedback loop. But if people are employed, how do they buy? Oh, we're just going to have universal income. Well, okay, but eventually there's an erosion of your currency. The society isn't productive. What do people do when labor and capital decouple? And no economists and none of these futurists and these techies, technologists have an answer to this.
Can education work better? We have to do it through the way it works.
What did you think he was saying there? Because here he was for a very long time saying we need to actually make government more efficient. And then there seemed to be a little bit of a switch to say, actually, maybe not. Was that a lesson that he learned just sort of suffering in Washington in the swamp? Or do you think that was really a view that, AI really is going to change everything and basically everyone's wasting their time?
I think making government work better is really, really hard. It takes a lot of persistence, takes a lot of time. On the margin, his time might be better spent building these amazing AI companies, and I think that's completely legit. But I don't think we should discount the importance of fixing government, especially because of AI, because if we want to have everyone do better in healthcare and education and government itself, these things need to be functional, they need to work with it, they need to block crony capitalism. That means functional government. So you need both.
Switching back, Tel Aviv stock market at an all-time high. Do you think this is the possibility of an actual Arab Spring come true? And
see what I mean? Joe can't get it out of his mouth.
He's still got.
Still looking for a new job?
Just found out my dad's sister's husband is golfing buddies with the CEO of a great company. So basically, I got a job.
Sounds promising.
He's still got the Palestinian problem in Gaza and all these other things. But is it immediately usher in this golden age of the Middle East where everybody gets along and Abraham Accords are signed by everyone?
Everything perfect, but it can be pretty darn good because there's, Obama for some reason wanted the balance of power of these bad guys against everyone.
He never said the words that the Islamic extremism.
No, you have these crazy.
I don't understand what.
You have these crazy Islamic radicals funding the Houthis, funding Hamas, funding Hezbollah, creating terror around the region, forcing Qatar and others to play both sides. If you can actually take out those mullahs, you can get rid of that one axis. I think the Abraham Accords dominates. I think it's very good for Israel. It's very good for America. I think it is a lot more peaceful time.
We got to go, but I had one more AI question, but I know we were ping-ponging from thing to thing to thing. Mark Zuckerberg, spending more money than God right now, trying to play. I don't know if you saw, Sam Altman says that he's offering some of his engineers $100 million bonuses.
He knows what nine figures is.
So you know what's going on.
I look up nine figures.
So I want to know, does this make any sense? What's this going to do, by the way, to your business or anybody else who's who needs these people?
This is the talent war we're fighting now. I heard last month it was $40 million for someone. Before that was $20 million. We're regularly fighting for the very top talent for like $3 million, $4 million, $5 million. Guys like Deanne Gross and Alexander Wang and others, they're probably worth huge amounts of money, and the market's adjusting to that. So I think Mark is actually sane, and he wants to fix his AI was a little bit screwed up. He wanted the best people to help fix it. He's paying for the best people.
And you think it's going to happen? Because the other thing, listening to Sam, was he has a view, which I thought was interesting, which is if you pay people at that order of magnitude, that actually they're not there to make it happen. They're there for the paycheck. It's actually a very interesting question, because if I told you in advance I'm giving you $100 million, it's obviously life-changing money, it's interesting what you might do.
You know, the way it always works at places like Palantir and Out is you want a low salary, high upside, and it's much better for the culture. So you're right about that. Some of these people are just such extraordinary talent that it might be more equivalent to like an NBA star you're bringing in. And sometimes the NBA star pays off.
Please go to these NBA stars. They're trying to, what they're ushering in is the decoupling of labor and capital. In the long run, that's what's happening. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the deodorants that are dual purpose. They will help to detoxify your body, but you use it as a daily deodorant. It's for males and females. You can get it in citrus, you can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. It has no aluminum, no baking soda, made from essential oils from the Himalayas. Very high quality deodorants that help to detoxify your body. Get a couple bars for your household. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Another foundational item for your health protocol is a multivitamin. This multivitamin will have the cofactors that you need for enzymatic activity. Super important, right? It's easy to digest. Take this multivitamin every day. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And if you're 40 years of age or older, it's really important to start revving up your metabolism and protecting your neurons. You can do that with the vitamin B complex. Vitamin B complex, the first 4 B vitamins will help the health of your mitochondria so you have more ATP. Vitamin B complex is going to help with the cellular metabolism, and the B12 is going to help to protect your neurons. Super important. You're going to notice in 5 years to 10 years, many people within your social network that will start to have cognitive decline. It's really important to try to mitigate this. You're going to start noticing people shaking like a tremor. You're going to start noticing people having gait issues. You're going to start noticing people having balancing problems. You're going to start noticing people having issues with memory and their ability to think through a problem. Their concentration will go down. 5 years. You better start paying attention. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and slow down that aging process, bring down inflammation, soak up those free radicals, take supplements that help to nourish those neurons and protect those neurons, and apply a holistic approach. Stay away from items that are endocrine disrupting and immune system disrupting. Clean your environment, drink filtered water, stay away from processed foods, stay away from sugary foods. Do balancing and stretching exercises, cardio, and resistance training. All those are very important for your neurons. When you do a stretching versus balancing, you're activating different neurons. When you are doing cardio, you're getting better blood flow to making a microenvironment for positive neuroplasticity. These are all very important things. It's a holistic approach, and you will be able to slow down the aging process. But the ones that don't pay attention, or the ones that don't know, you are going to see within 5 years people having severe cognitive decline. All right, let's go to Fox News.
Discover Luca Faloni's denim shirt. Crafted in Italy from luxurious denim for a robust yet soft handle.
And we start with a Fox News alert. The White House says President Trump will decide if the U.S. will become involved in Israel and Iran's conflict within the next 2 weeks.
Alexandria Hoff live at the White House with more. Good morning, Alex.
Well, good morning to you guys. Yeah, the president, he is this afternoon going to be sitting down, meeting with his National Security Council, as he will continue to do so throughout the weekend. This is as this timeline has been set, this 2 weeks for Iran to opt for a diplomatic route and an off-ramp out of this whole thing. That is something that the White House feels that should be done.
Diplomatic? Keeping the Ayatollah in charge of Iran? Keeping a large pile of 60% in enrichment that's way beyond any civilian use? Is that diplomatic? I'm telling you, if Trump doesn't take this opportunity to knock out the nuclear capability and knock out the Ayatollah, Trump is a failed president. Failed president. We will never have this opportunity again. This if he does this, if he does it, he'll go down in history as one of the best presidents ever. All the way up there with George Washington. He doesn't do this, and he's going to be a failed president. He won't be the worst. We just lived through the worst. Biden.
They want to avoid grave consequences.
I have a message directly from the president, and I quote, "Based on the fact that there's a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, I will make my decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks."
And by to go, they mean to get involved there. Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu states that he trusts President Trump's judgment on this.
I don't trust
Israel
President's
feels is
judgment.
capable of destroying Iran's nuclear threat on its own. The U.S., though, is the only nation globally with the possession of a bomb that could reach Iran's nuclear enrichment site, Fordo, which is built deep into the mountainside. Fox News has been told that the White House has no doubt that bunker busters, as they are called, could do the job. The White House official says no options, including a tactical nuke, have been taken off the table. The Chinese President Xi Jinping has offered to mediate talks between Iran and Israel. A foreign ministry spokesperson stating this.
See, all these
China stands
all
ready
these
to
experts, all these experts are going, let's just drop the GBU-57, maybe 3 of them. We'll be okay. Wrong. You got to go after it. Once you do that serial bombardment of the GBU-57s, you need to use standard munitions to blast out that crater. You're going deep and you got to go wide. And you can't do that with the GBU-57. So you go deep, all right, and you explode and you do damage, but then you do further bombardment that will lead to seismic activity. And then there's going to be shaking and destruction of the actual structure that's underneath the mountain. But no. We don't need generals. What we need are geophysicists.
Enhancing communication and coordination with all parties, pull their efforts, uphold justice, and play a constructive role in restoring peace in the Middle East. But China's intentions, as usual, aren't really so clear here, especially given the mystery transport flights that last week occurred. Several Boeing 747s were spotted leaving China for Iran, and their exact flight routes were kind of
Now, just imagine, why is DrPaulCottrell so upset about this? 1, Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. 2, if you allow democracy to flourish and the Ayatollah is gone, and you let democracy flourish in Iran, and you integrate them with the United States, you have circumvented the oil going to China. China needs their oil. So it puts pressure where they can't invade Taiwan, because a mechanized navy, a mechanized warfare is run on oil.
There. One thing we want to mention is Fox News has just confirmed that the FBI is increasing surveillance of Iranian-backed potential operatives here in the U.S. So there is something happening on the domestic front as well to avoid conflict in the Middle East. The president right now is still scheduled to attend the NATO summit that will be taking place next week in the Netherlands, guys.
Yeah, that's significant news there, Alex. Yeah. You know, the administration now boosting the monitoring of possible Iran-backed cells in the U.S. as President Trump awaits his decision.
So Iran came out and says they're not going to give up enriching and they're not going to surrender. So thanks, Alex. Appreciate it.
Yeah. So
I mean,
what are we getting
talking about? Why have talks?
Right.
I mean,
exactly.
The whole problem is if they just would enrich outside the country, they could have delayed this whole thing. They have not changed postures, even though they've lost between 50 and 70% of their launchers, their nuclear scientists, their intelligence, their leading intelligence officials, as well as their commanding generals. So they've almost used all their ballistic missiles, and they still don't want to change. Why are we even having talks?
Yeah, well,
because Trump is a pussy. That's why.
Pledging to do.
I think it was smart for Donald Trump to say, let's try to negotiate. He did that. He gave them 60 days, and then they went past 60 days, and he said, I'm losing patience with this. So we'll see what happens over the next few weeks. Senator Tom Cotton said it has to be closed, talking about the Fordo nuclear site, the one that's way underground. He said it has to be closed one way or another. Either we'll do it the easy way or the hard way. It's really up to Iran.
Yeah, and what comic relief would China and Russia say, well, broker peace?
Yeah,
they call us unrest, and they've also helped arm Hamas and Hezbollah because their arms have been found as the Israelis have gone in.
And they continue to hammer those proxies and really put them on their back.
Not a good time to be an Iranian proxy if you're thinking about applying for something this summer. Meantime, more than 60 Israeli Air Force fighter jets struck dozens of military targets in Tehran overnight.
And Iran launching a new wave of ballistic missiles into southern Israel, hurting at least 5 people.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying at least half of Iran's missile launchers have been destroyed as officials work to clean up the damage. Let's go straight to Mike Tobin, who's live on the ground in Tel Aviv with the latest. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Griff. The Israeli military says their fighter jets are back in the air right now over central and western Iran, striking targets. As we say that, we've got remarkable video, not necessarily of a missile making impact here in Israel, but of shrapnel coming down. A large missile fragment came down yesterday in central Israel. It's a piece of an Iranian missile and made a giant hole in the pavement after being hit by an Israeli interceptor. Meantime, the head of the International Atomic Agency spoke exclusively to Fox News. He said Iran had enough uranium for several bombs and was just a quick step away from enriching to weapons grade. However, he says Iran had not begun the final steps to make a bomb. And despite the recent warfare, he still believes the path to preventing a bomb is diplomacy.
I think internationally there is a consensus that Iran should not be nuclearly armed. We are the international corps of inspectors, and we know what you would need to check in order to prevent this from happening. So let's see what's happening, and we believe that the opportunity should be seized, as President Trump said, but of course the space for that is narrowing.
Southern Israel took another strike from an Iranian missile today. A single missile got through the defenses and hit near an industrial and apartment complex in the town of Beersheba. Damage and fire resulted, but no reports of injuries. That is the same town where yesterday a missile hit the Soroka hospital. Israel says the fighter jets hit some 35 targets overnight, missile systems and supporting equipment. And a drone was taken out over the north of Israel today using new technology. Israel says this is the first time they used the Barak system to take out a drone over Israel. Barak in Hebrew means lightning. Guys, back to you.
Is that the laser? Is that the laser?
No, it looks like an object zipped through the sky and hit that drone.
Wow. Okay. It's amazing how many systems they have going. Thanks, Mike. General Jack Keane coming up shortly to expand on this, the new revelations coming out of the region, and we'll talk about what the options are going forward.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And again, it's really important to protect your neurons. You're going to start noticing people having problems 5 years from now. Trust me. Trust me. Please go to my store and get the Good Night Formula. Good Night Formula is going to allow you to get into deep cycle and REM cycle sleep patterns. You need about 3 to 5 of them for really proper sleep, depending on the researcher you talk to. You know, some say 3, some say 5. Okay. But the thing is, you need to get a decent amount of REM cycle and deep sleep to be able to detoxify your central nervous system, to be well rested in the morning, and to consolidate memory. If you are sleep deprived chronically, you are literally Swiss cheese in your brain. Literally. All right? So please go to my store and get the Good Night Formula. Take it at night. It has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower. And that's going to allow you to detoxify your central nervous system and consolidate memory and be well rested. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can get. If you're taking CoQ10, most likely you're taking the wrong kind. You need to take ubiquinol. There's nothing better than ubiquinol. It's the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can purchase. So take it from my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Ubiquinol is going to soak up free radicals, so it's going to reduce stress on the cell, help with the mitochondrial health. It's going to improve your energy levels and improve your neurons. It's going to help protect those neurons, super important. And NAD plus helps to boost up energy levels, repair DNA damage, and protect neurons. So by taking ubiquinol and NAD plus together, it's neuroprotective. And by taking it with Goodnight formula, you're detoxifying your central nervous system too, at the same time and consolidating memory. This is a great neurostack. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and don't be a stupid Tucker Carlson. All right, let's go to Times Radio, because everything that Trump does is wrong.
Those who answer the call of the vagabond know that the best stories aren't about where you went.
If you want to hit Iran, Iran has never looked weaker than it's ever had since the revolution in '79. Now's the time, to make your mark. But as I say, the consequences of that, and Iraq 2003 is a great example. If you don't have a plan for what next, it could go terribly wrong.
So there is a 2-week reprieve for now. But does the UK have to give the green light for US bombers to use the Diego Garcia military base for strikes on Iran? So Keir Starmer has been urging de-escalation, and so far British forces have not played a direct part in defending Israel from retaliation. However, could the UK become involved in this conflict? Let's speak now to the former Conservative Defence Minister, Tobias Ellwood. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
First of all, your reaction to this news from the White House overnight, that there is this 2-week breathing space, I suppose, to try and come to some kind of negotiated deal.
Yes, and this is very Trump in his style. The world does feel a little less dangerous, perhaps, than 24 hours ago, as Trump pauses his plans to wade in. But this is only temporary, and the prospect of escalation, of miscalculation, poor decision-making still remains high. Don't forget, from America's perspective, Trump was angry that Israel orchestrated these attacks. America was conducting those negotiations with Iran, had no choice but to come in and wade behind Netanyahu, but then raised the temperature by calling in about unconditional surrender. Tehran residents had to leave, threatening to hit Iran too, but then persuaded by his own National Security Council that hitting Iran is actually the easy part when you've got the superior weapons. What follows, especially if the regime falls, is far from straightforward. An experience in Afghanistan and indeed in Iraq illustrate what is your plan for the day after. And there clearly isn't one, meaning the country could easily erupt into civil war, and the million-strong army would probably take over. So no one would disagree that an Iran without a nuclear bomb is a good thing, and an Iran without its toxic influence across the region through those militias, Hamas, Hezbollah, would be a good thing as well. But we now wait to see what America chooses to do. Iran and Israel, I think, will continue exchanging missiles, but the space does give other stakeholders to express their views, including Trump's base, which is war is not what they voted for. And people are now comparing, as you've just been doing, with a decision to go to war.
Think about that for a second. Did Iran and Afghanistan end up being a fiasco? Yes. Why? Because we went in there with false pretenses. Do you think going into Iran is under false pretenses while they're inching closer to nuclear weapons? And the Ayatollah wants to usher in the 12th Imam? Really? It's totally different. The reason why it failed in Afghanistan and Iraq was because we didn't have a blessing, because we went in with false pretenses. We are not going in with false pretenses with Iran. So there'll be a blessing. That's the big difference. And this is why people don't get it. It's not Westphalian logic. It's soul roots. It's all about soul roots. And this is why the experts are always fucking wrong. Always fucking wrong.
Iraq in 2002, 2003. Russia will be advising the regime, as will China. It receives oil from there as well. So the reality is of a prolonged, costly war? Is that where America wants to go with nobody in control? This is what's focused minds, and we now have a window that must be used wisely to demonstrate some real statecraft to avoid a wider major conflict.
Do you have concerns that the US, if it decides to get involved in this, could use the Diego Garcia base as a launch, and that being central in the US planning if it were to get involved?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You know why it doesn't matter? The B-2 bombers can launch from the United States and get refueled. They have microwaves in the B-2. They can sleep in the B-2. They have a rotating crew. Don't worry about it.
America, and this was being discussed here before the deal was struck. This was one of the reasons why America was keen that Diego Garcia, the whole issue, the whole question mark about what next was resolved, because they had this potential situation in their minds that might evolve or unravel as it's currently done. The true answer is you have to ask government. I don't know the details of the fresh deal, what's been signed. I suspect that America is allowed to operate unconditionally, but I simply don't know. I think that is a big question, the question for today, that we need to pose to the government.
Well, I tried to ask Lisa Nandy, and she was going nowhere near it when we spoke to her at 7:05.
She's probably not the right person.
No, of course.
Having done the ministerial round, probably not the right person here. This will probably be for the Attorney General and the...
Okay, let me just split screen this using the fancy Opera browser. Yeah, let's just buy both. Link below to download it for free.
Did you get LED HPV vaccine?
Yep, gotta keep her protected.
Against cervical cancer, right?
It protects boys too, from throat and penile cancer.
Personally, this will probably be for the Attorney General and the Prime Minister to clarify.
But I've got to ask her, because she came off with the government. So you've been there, you know what it's like, I've got to ask her. Interestingly, the Telegraph reporting today, text of the treaty, and Callum was very helpfully just now just checked up in the House of Commons library, and it does say this. The text of the treaty says that Britain, quote, agrees to expeditiously inform Mauritius of any armed attack on a third state directly emanating from the base on Diego Garcia. So that would mean that the UK would have to tell Mauritius if the US were to launch a strike from Diego Garcia.
Yes, but that's an informative role. That's not...
It doesn't matter. The B-2 bomber can go anywhere in the world and be launched from the United States. Don't worry about it. And it also has a microwave, so they can heat up their dinner.
Limiting or prohibiting America from using this important base. It's the biggest, most important, most strategically critical overseas air base that America has. It's why those B-2 bombers are there. The big issue here, what's triggered all this, has been the IAEA report saying that the breakout time, the ability for Iran to procure a nuclear weapon is shortened, and therefore you've got to get rid of Iran's nuclear capability. Unfortunately, a lot of that is inside a mountain in Fordo, and Israel doesn't have the necessary missile systems to be able to set that back.
No shit, Captain Obvious.
Hence why Netanyahu, I'm afraid, has dragged America and pushed America into this corner. It's an invidious situation that Trump now finds himself in. Don't forget that Iran has been a pain, an embarrassment for America, going back to when those hostages were taken back in 1979. And as I say, this toxic influence across the Middle East. Every time
Failed leadership by Carter, failed leadership by Iran, or by Reagan, failed leadership by Bush Sr., failed leadership by Clinton, failed leadership by George Bush Jr. You remember him, right? Failed leadership by Barack Obama. You remember him too, right? And failed leadership in the first administration for Trump. Didn't solve the Iranian problem. Then we had further failed leadership with Biden. And the question is, are we going to fail again in the second term for Trump 47? I'm concerned. Because if you look at the history, we have a lot of failed leaders when it comes to dealing with the problem of Iran.
Middle East as minister, I was just astounded why there wasn't a wider international strategy to push Iran back, push them out of Lebanon, push them out of Iraq politically, because they were such a destabilizing force. And that never came about, and we are where we are today. So if you want to hit Iran, Iran has never looked weaker than it's ever had since the revolution in '79. Now's the time, to make your mark. But as I say, the consequences of that, and Iraq 2003 is a great example. If you don't have a plan for what next, it could go terribly wrong.
It is worth pointing out, of course, that the IAEA have not said there is evidence that Iran is trying to build a nuclear bomb, just clearly they've gone beyond the agreement that was in place. The other thing is, that was in place. The other thing is, just to go back to the text of the agreement between the UK government and the Mauritius government, is the point here not that could Mauritius step in and say, actually, we don't want the US to launch from here? Because Mauritius, just to add another dimension to this, has quite good relations with Iran.
It does, and that's another dimension to this, is why is stressing that America wanted that deal signed. You've got the text in front of you, I don't. The Telegraph has been poring over this. I suspect that would have already come out if that's the case. There's clearly an informative role there that you just mentioned. As far as I'm aware, speaking to the Americans, if they want to use the base, there's nothing to prohibit them from sending their B-2 bombers into Iran, should they wish to do so. But I stress, the consequences of what happens next, that's the bigger issue, and that's what's keeping people busy in the White House right now.
Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
That is the former Conservative Defence Minister, Tobias Ellwood. So he says there.
Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweet with Michael Regan, and we're joined by Bloomberg's Luis Mateo.
All right, so I want to start with shares of gunmaker Smith & Wesson, that's ticker SWBI. Their shares have been down as much as 19%. It's saying 13% after the close yesterday. It's really looking at another challenging year, right? Customers have been cutting back their spending on firearms. It posted lower quarterly profit and sales. Some of the specifics, so it posted profit of $8.6 million compared with $27.3 million a year earlier. So that's a big difference. And it also pointed to factors like inflation, interest rates. It said tariffs on steel could drive up their costs. And its CFO really put it into perspective so that the company expects demand for firearms in fiscal 2026 to be similar to what they saw in fiscal 2025. Management didn't provide any guidance because of uncertainty with tariffs, but what it's doing differently to deal with the slower demand, and that is it's limiting its inventory. So its CEO said several smaller firearm manufacturers, they're also struggling to stay afloat because of the slowing demand, and they're also starting to exit the market too.
I thought this was a bigger company, market cap of only $387 million. Okay, I got it. Maryville, Tennessee is where they're based. 1,500 employees. What else you got?
All right, so we got Kroger. That's the nation's largest supermarket operator. Yes, ticker KR. Its shares rose more than 8%. That's actually the highest intraday since March of 2024. Reported a beat on sales, steady grocery spending, comparable sales. When you take fuel kind of out of the picture, it rose 3.2%. That was better than what Wall Street expected. They also raised full year sales guidance. They said it saw a $100 million impairment charge. That was due to its plans to close about 60 stores over the next 18 months. So they do plan to close some stores. When it comes to tariffs, they said, you know what, it's not going to bother us too much because a big part of our products are sourced domestically, but it still faces a few challenges. Paul, I know this is one that you've talked about, shoppers kind of buying the cheaper products, you know, like going in the store and saying, going for the cheaper products, or they're getting more items on sale too. And it really needs to spark growth because it had that failed deal with Albertsons, so it's also dealing with that too on top of it.
But they're not around here, are they? They're not in the Jersey area.
Kroger not too much,
But if you look at shares like for other ones that are in the area, like a Walmart and a Costco, their shares are higher too because of this news.
Interesting. All right.
And then finally is building products distributor GMS. Its ticker, yes, GMS. Its shares are up as much as 25 cents. So really sparking. The reason why is this Wall Street Journal report that Home Depot made an offer for the company. No word on the price. And that would possibly set off this bidding war with QXO, because they offered to buy GMS for about $5 billion earlier this week, and GMS said its board is reviewing that offer from QXO. But the big appeal with GMS, like what's so appealing about it, is that Home Depot and QXO, they're looking to expand, right, their share for market construction, supplies, and tools, and they're hoping that that bigger entity like GMS is going to help pull in business from more contractors, and that's what they're needing. So QXO, they're up about 5%. Home Depot has been up as much as 0.5%.
All right, Ms. Mateo, thank you so much. We appreciate that. For more conversations like this, subscribe to our new Stock Movers Reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports of the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. We got a couple of guests here that are going to help us get current on what's happening over there in Israel and Iran, escalating tensions right there. We're going to start with Ross Matheson, Bloomberg News Director for Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Ross, it appears that the latest news that the market's digesting is President Trump will give up to 2 weeks before he makes a decision as to what role, if any, the U.S. will play in further military actions. Is that kind of your read as well?
Well, it seems like he's trying to get a bit of space here. Of course, Donald Trump is famous for saying everything could happen in 2 to 3 weeks' time, and that's a mantra he's repeated, and then sometimes again he's changed his mind. But it does appear at this point that what he's trying to do is just allow a bit of room here before the US needed to commit potentially to direct strikes on Iran, and allow Iran to perhaps come forward with some kind of proposal that would allow them to have this conflict come to a halt. And so it would have to be a proposal that Iran might cede some of its nuclear program, and then would have to be acceptable to Israel. I mean, the comments that we've had today from the Iranians suggest they are really holding the line. They're saying the usual things. They're not going to be willing to give up enrichment entirely. They're certainly not going to be willing to do it if the bombs are still flying until Israel halts its offensive against Iran. So it's a very slim chance here that we have that we're going to get some kind of proposal from Iran, perhaps facilitated by the Europeans, that the Iranian foreign minister is meeting today in Europe, passing some messages. Can we get something at least to put on the table for the Israel to consider, and also for the US President Donald Trump to consider, when again he's all these factors in his head, the pros and cons of getting the US directly militarily involved in Iran.
You know, Russ, when I listen to all the quotes and read all the quotes coming out of Washington, I'm struck by how there's a real lack of unanimity on what politicians think Trump should do in both parties, you know, and I wonder if that is maybe causing his hesitation here. But I'm curious if there's anything closer to a consensus coming out of Europe from the leaders you've heard from.
Well, European leaders are very clear that they want this to stop and they want Iran to get back to the table. But the reality is they're kind of big players in all of this. I mean, this began because the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu made a unilateral decision to proceed with attacking Iran. In the face was quite a sense of unease from the US about doing that. So if he's not listening to Donald Trump, he's not really going to be paying that much attention to the European leaders. I mean, they're all expressing a lot of concern about this, but their role may simply be to provide a platform to talk to Iran, to carry some messages, to coax Iran into giving up, a proposal, because there are those networks and understandings between European leaders and Iran. So perhaps their role is that. But in the end, as you say, no one really knows what Donald Trump plans to do, perhaps even Donald Trump. He does seem quite conflicted. He's got a lot of things in his head to weigh up here. He's got the domestic imperative in the US, he's got the political environment there. You've got some people saying you need to go and do this now, or Iran may be able to build a nuclear weapon. You've got others saying don't do this, you're going to draw the US into a war, yet another war in the Middle East, and does this set up a broader conflict in the region? So a lot of calculations there. But the Europeans are really quite sidelined in all of this. They seem to be mostly trying to keep those channels going with Iran.
So it kind of goes to that issue. I was just going to say, Do we have any sense that there's any strong lines of communication between the U.S. and Europe? But I guess you're suggesting is probably not.
At this stage, not really. It doesn't seem to be. I mean, you've got a bunch of countries who are trying to mediate, to offer their services to try and build those channels with Iran. I mean, it's also Europe, it's Pakistan. The Russian president, Vladimir Putin, keeps offering his services to mediate. No one seems to be really keen to take him up on that one. And of course, the Gulf states in the region, I mean, they're right on the cusp of these countries and they're watching this with a sense of alarm. They may not be major friends of Iran or great fans of the regime. And equally, they don't want a nuclear weapon on their doorstep, but they also don't want this conflict to really blow up. So they're probably providing some back channeling as well. So all of that trying to coax again Tehran at this moment. What is it that you could put on the table, at least, that we could take to Israel and possibly to the US?
All right, Ross, thank you so much for joining us. Always appreciate your reporting. Ross Matheson, she's the news director for Europe, the Middle East, and Africa for Bloomberg News, and she is based in London. Let's continue this conversation on the Middle East. We'll broaden it out a little bit, maybe some scenario analysis here. Cliff Kupchan, he's chairman of the Eurasia Group. Cliff, thanks so much for joining us here. Again, speaking with Ross Matheson of Bloomberg News, the latest news is that President Trump appears to be taking a little bit of a pause here. How do you think this potentially could play out? There's a number of scenarios I know you've kind of gamed out.
Most likely is there's talk for a week, 10 days, the Europeans lead away. Iran refuses to give up domestic enrichment, and the U.S. takes out, or tries to take out, I think probably can take out, the Fordo enrichment plant, which is under a mountain. And that would be escalatory, dramatically escalatory, a big spike in oil. But there are other scenarios where I don't think Iran would try to close the Strait of Hormuz. We can come back to that. Other scenarios where this does escalate, and even more in response to the U.S. strike on Fordo, Iran tries to pick out, stop shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. And then there's a small chance, maybe 1 in 5, 20%, I think is how I game that out. These talks actually work, but it's a really kind of a Hail Mary, I think, by all sides. Those sides want to escalate, but I think it's a really small chance.
Cliff, I've seen a lot of sort of guesswork and estimates regarding how many missiles that Iran really has left in their stockpile. They've used a lot have been destroyed by the Israelis. Is it a possible scenario that in this 2 weeks that stockpile just runs so low that they are unable to keep launching at Israel? And is that enough to sort of bring the temperature down on all of this?
I think the rate of missile salvos from Iran is already dropping.
Yeah.
They are, like any country would, I think, going to keep some in strategic reserve. And, no, I don't know if anybody knows, at least in the unclassified world, exactly how many they have left. But I think they're all already running low. Iran just doesn't have good options right now. We'll see if they hold to the hard line, or which I think they will, or if it actually, they run out of resolve and they concede.
Cliff, is regime change a policy or strategy that Israel and/or the U.S. should proceed or follow in Iran? Is that even on the table, do you think?
Yes.
I don't think it's verbally on the table. I think that Trump doesn't want it. It's just stepping in too much. I think Netanyahu would like it if the Iranian people rose up and did what, in his view, is finishing the job. From a historical perspective, almost every time the U.S. is engaged in regime change, something unexpected happens, and it doesn't work out like we thought it would. Iraq is the best example. When we tried to.
Yeah, but we went into Iraq with false pretenses. Remember 9/11?
We did take down Saddam Hussein, and we got a failed state. So I don't think it's very good policy. I think it's really risky policy. If you're Israel, you have a chance to take down the devil right now. History's on your side for the first time in decades. And I think the Israelis, this is a period of maximum need of the winds at our back, and this is a generational chance to take down our arch enemy. So tricky policy. I think Israel would like it, may go for it. The U.S. no, it's not what's on the table for Trump.
Cliff, you mentioned the Strait of Hormuz, like such an important part of global shipping and a potential bottleneck there. And you said you don't think Iran will try to shut that down. Why? What makes you think that?
It's a lose-lose for them. They need to get their oil out. Tremendously dependent on oil revenues. 100% chance the U.S. comes into the war in a major way. They probably get the Gulf armies, French, UK involved. And, the Iranian leadership is smart. I haven't been there in a while, but I used to go a number of times. They're smart. They get it. And I think they know they couldn't keep the strait open for a long time. But they couldn't close it for a long time. The thing I worry about is that when regimes get desperate, they do irrational things. And if the U.S. takes down Fordo and the nuclear assets enrichment are really blown up across the board, the regime could get desperate. And we could see that would be an irrational act. They could do that. And that's what I fear most. Right. That's the scenario that I fear most about the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay. Cliff, thank you so much for that. We appreciate your perspective. Cliff Kuchan, he is chairman, Eurasia Group, joining us here to give us kind of gaming out some of the options, base case, kind of a bad case, maybe a stand-down case, everybody just kind of goes back. So lots of options out there. The next seems to be the role that President Trump decides that the U.S. will play, if any, in any future action. So we will have to continue reporting on that. Coming up, Mike Malone, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Commodity Strategist, is going to talk to us about gold, about oil, about Bitcoin even, maybe.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the toothpaste. This toothpaste will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, help with your gum line health, reduce inflammation at the gum line, and with good oral hygiene, you're helping with your vascular system. With good oral hygiene, you're helping with your valvular system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get this toothpaste. It has the structural nanosilver, has no fluoride. It's the best toothpaste that you can purchase. Way better than anything that Alex Jones is selling. Please go to my store and get the lignans. Lignans will help to soak up free radicals because it's an antioxidant. It'll also bring down inflammation. That's very important for your immune system and also your vascular system. And lignans will help to improve your endocrine system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the lignans and stack it with the turmeric. Turmeric soaks up free radicals, but also brings down pro-inflammatory cytokines. Very important for your immune system. Ashwagandha root brings down cortisol levels and helps to control your blood glucose levels. When you stack these together, you're actually bringing down inflammation that helps your immune system and your cardiovascular system. So please go to my store, stack these, take the turmeric, the lignans, and the ashwagandha. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. And omega-3. Omega-3 is super important to take for your cardiovascular system. Omega-3 will prevent overclotting because the red blood cells, if you take omega-3, the red blood cells won't stick as much. Now, omega-3 will also help to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. So that is reducing the chances of plaque formation. And omega-3 brings down systemic inflammation. So please take the omega-3 every day. Super important. Why? Cardiovascular disease is rampant in the United States. Diabetes is rampant in the United States. These are chronic illnesses that cause problems. You can mitigate it with proper diet, proper exercise, proper supplementation. It's a holistic approach. And not only that, you're slowing down the aging process. You know someone that's eating a lot of sugary foods, they age quicker. You ever wonder why? Because they're causing a lot of damage, inflammatory damage. And when you're causing that inflammatory damage, it also builds up free radicals and you're speeding up the process of aging. People that have a lower calorie diet and a better BMI, they slow down the aging process. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the supplements, Use discount 5, you get $5 off in the order. All right, Bloomberg is cycling with the commercial, and then they're going to start talking about oil and Bitcoin.
At Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the Dow higher, the S&P, NASDAQ. They are both declining. And this update is brought to you by Oracle. Attention, growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Stocks lower after a report on the U.S. potentially revoking waivers for allies with semiconductor plants in China. That's weighing on chip makers and the broader tech group. We begin with NASDAQ, trading lower now by 0.5%. The S&P down 5, drop there of 0.1%. The Dow holding on to a gain of 95 points, up now by 0.2%. The NASDAQ 100 index lower by 0.4%, and our Mag 7 index down 0.9%. 10-year at 4.39%, with a 2-year currently yielding 3.91%. Gold down $3.50 the ounce, 33.67, down 0.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.3%, 74.95 a barrel, and Bitcoin little changed on the day, 104,262. We'll have a whole lot more on commodities, gold, silver, and yes, pork bellies coming up with our Mike McGlone. Sources tell Bloomberg Tesla is set to open its first showrooms in India in July, kicking off formal operations in the world's third biggest auto market as the Elon Musk-led firm hunts for growth amid falling sales in Europe and China. Tesla right now down by 0.8%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellett. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Now on Bloomberg Intelligence, Munis in Focus.
All right, today's focus on munis is brought to you by BAM Mutual. Put America's strength to work in your portfolio with BAM insured municipal bonds. Protect your investments with an added layer of security and guaranteed income. Invest with strength. Build a stronger tomorrow with BAM Mutual. Let's get to that muni report. Elizabeth Remberg joins us. She's a munis reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us via that Zoom thing. One of the areas, Elizabeth, we've been talking a lot about, it seems like over the last 6 months, has been colleges and universities as issuers into the municipal bond market, but there's some headwinds out there as it relates to their tax-exempt status. That may be under threat from President Trump. What's the latest there?
Yeah, that's right. So Trump's threats to colleges' tax exemptions really started after Harvard University refused to submit to his administration's demands for the school to reform things like university governance, end DEI programs, and make changes to its admissions and hiring, among some other requirements. Harvard refused to comply, setting off an escalating fight between the school and various parts of the Trump administration, including Trump saying that the school may not deserve its tax benefits. Now, Bloomberg is reporting that there are talks within the Treasury Department that would change internal policies that could pave the way for any private school to lose its tax exemption if it considers race in admissions, scholarships, other programming, and even facilities.
Now, Elizabeth, is this something that Trump and his Treasury can just do with the stroke of a pen, or is it a more complex thing that they need to do? I mean, does Congress need to get involved? What's sort of the next steps for Trump to try to pull this off?
It's definitely a more complicated process than just a stroke of a pen. And there's actually a federal law that bans the president from asserting any influence on things like this. So that is an obstacle for Trump in getting any tax exemption revoked. But as far as the proposal that we reported on, it is just a proposal at this point. It wouldn't need congressional approval to go into effect, but the experts that I talked to told me that it would need to make its way through a public comment period before becoming official. And then the IRS would have to audit specific schools for suspected violations of the tax code. And then that established process includes opportunities for the schools to remedy any potential violations or appeal the agency's findings. And then if the IRS did indeed decide that a school didn't qualify for their tax exemption anymore, there would be opportunities for the school to likely fight that decision in court.
What does that mean for some of these schools that are in fact or have issued debt in the municipal bond market? Would that threaten would the change in status threaten their ability to access that market?
Yes, that's right. It would affect their ability to access munis, but it would also have many other devastating consequences. For example, the status allows them to skirt paying corporate income taxes. It helps them get breaks on property taxes, and it also really incentivizes donors by allowing gifts made to the schools to be deductible. A Bloomberg analysis found that Harvard saved at least $465 million via their tax-exempt status in 2023. So it would be a big hit to their balance sheets.
You know, Elizabeth, I'm a father of college students myself, so I have a very selfish question here. This all sounds like tuition could go up a lot. Is that a concern if Trump is successful with this?
Definitely. I think that is a concern because schools will be looking for any types of levers that they can pull to offset those costs. And if your kids or if any listeners' kids go to private schools, tuition increases is really one of the only levers that they can pull when it comes to finding other ways to plug balance sheet holes, because unlike public schools that get support from state, tuition income is generally one of the biggest sources of support on that income side for these schools.
I don't know, Michael, having worked myself at the board level of a major university, I just think the cost structure is completely screwed. You can't keep raising tuition above inflationary rates forever.
Right.
You know, there's going to come a time when I think they're going to have to look at their cost structures in
Especially
a huge way.
With what the rates on student loans are now.
Yeah, exactly right. Real quick, Elizabeth, what's the cool deal you and the market is looking for in the next week or two? Or fun deal?
I think that a lot of the market participants that I'm talking to are really, they're not pointing towards specific deals that they're looking at, but they're pointing toward the longer end of the curve, where they're saying that if muni investors are able and willing to wait out, you know, those 30-year maturities, there's a lot of value to be found there. I talked with some folks who are saying that, and if you run it on, you know, the terminal, you'll see that the relative value to treasuries is approaching that 95% yield, and that's a really attractive entry point for some buyers.
All right, Elizabeth, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Elizabeth, remember, she's municipal bond reporter, Bloomberg News, and a proud graduate of the University of Nebraska. How cool is that? That's what I'm talking, Middle America, growing some corn and soybeans out there. Mike McGlone knows a thing or two about that, being a Midwestern. Mike McGlone, senior commodity strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's not in the Midwest anymore, folks, and he's not in New York metro market. He's in the new hub of
You can't pin this guy. You can't pin this guy down.
He's down in Miami Beach. He's basically taking over the Miami Bureau for Bloomberg Intelligence. Hey, Mike, we got oil kind of whipping around here over the last several days as this tensions in the Middle East kind of flare up here. What are the traders telling you? What are investors telling you here? Just kind of a geopolitical bounce in what is otherwise a bear market?
You nailed it. I think that's exactly what it is. It's a question of how much higher, how much longer it can stay here. Will there be a definitive cut in production, which is very unlikely? The last time we had a bit of a shock in production was when Iran was notably attacked Saudi Arabia in 2019, and their ability to do that has been quite, it's been very much limited now by the Israel gaining air superiority over Iran. So to me, this is a bit of a shorter term thing. It's going to accelerate those pre-existing trends. We have our demand estimate revisions remain downward on a global basis, most notably from China, and supply estimate revisions remain upward. This higher spike is just, I think, giving producers a chance to sell forward, bring on that supply, and responsive traders who've been waiting for a bounce, I think, are going to be jumping on board.
You know, Mike, prices prior to this pop higher because of the geopolitical tensions, prices were getting down to that level where you start wondering about the U.S. shale producers, whether they start turning off the spigots. You know, we saw the rig count was very low. Is this pop enough for them to get going again, or are they going to be on the sidelines and just wait to see how long it lasts?
I think it's more the former. First of all, that's the key point. What's the number one force to reduce that excess of supply that's been coming out of the U.S. and Canada? This trend has been in place for almost 20 years. The number one force to reduce those forces
is lower prices. Now, you noted that starting to kick in. The key thing is we started seeing rig counts drop a little bit. Let's remember the significance of rig counts and drilling technology. The same rig counts right now, that level's about the same as 2010 in the big picture, yet we've doubled production since then. We can now drill numerous laterals and go out for many miles. So it's the technology that's significant, bringing on more supply. The demand is decreasing, but what matters is now we've had that bounce, and you can see that in the forward curve. The prices are still lower because I think producers are thinking, okay, my break even in the U.S. between 50 and 55, and the front contract just bumped to 75. What's that going to do for supply? I can sell a little bit forward. You bring on the supply.
All right, let's switch to agriculture, because I grew up here in New Jersey, and we were talking about corn. It's knee high by the 4th of July. That's when you know you got a good crop and everything's going to be good. But I know, Mike, the real stuff is grown out where you're from, out there in the Midwest. We're talking Nebraska, Illinois, Iowa, all those great states out there. How's the planting season? How's the growing season? What's the expectation for some of those big grains that are so important for our farmers?
It's going very well so far, Paul. We've added about 5 to 6% to corn planted acres this year because the prices were low and there's a lot of incentive to produce more corn. So if we have a normal crop year, prices will continue to decline towards that cost of production. In the U.S., we estimate that below $4 a bushel, and corn right now, corn's about $4.50 a bushel. So to me, that's the risk, is we have a normal supply, a normal year. You basically need a drought for these prices to go higher. And the number one force for all the grain process is the massive supply coming out of Brazil. And why did it come out of Brazil? Number one, the technology is kicking in, China's helping, but because prices pumped on the back of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Pump up the prices, bring on more supply, elasticity kicks in. We're still heading towards that lower price cure. So unless we get a bad drought this year, prices will probably continue to bounce. But we just haven't had a scare yet. Typically we get a bit about a scare coming into July, August.
Mike, it's always great to talk to you because we know that if something has a price chart attached to it, you got to take on it. So I'm curious what you think about Bitcoin. You know, really been range bound lately, despite all these corporate treasury buying. What do you think's going on there? Are we just stuck in the range for a while?
Well, Bitcoin right now reminds me of the mantra, you're supposed to be selling when they're yelling. When Michael Cottrell, who famously got bullish, we discovered Bitcoin. It was around 10,000 in 2020. That was the time to buy. It was really cheap and everybody hated it. Now that everybody loves it around 100,000, be very careful. The significance I like to point about Bitcoin is since it's reached that threshold at 100,000, the first end of the day above that level was on December 6th. Since that date, it's about unchanged, maybe 105,000 right now, but gold's up 30%. So to me, that showed us the limits of this highly speculative digital asset, the limits of U.S. stock market risk asset appreciation, and gold was taking the mantra, and I think it's still a bullish factor for gold, particularly if Bitcoin declines.
Mike McGlone does it all. We appreciate it. Mike McGlone, Senior Commodity Strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence down there in our Miami Beach office. We'll get to pork bellies with Mike next time looking at that. But yeah, Bitcoin pretty much unchanged on the day, but 104,000 tokens. So, you know, that holding that $100,000 threshold that a lot of people feel like is at least a psychological floor. So we'll keep on top of that. Coming up, Katie Entwistle, Managing Director, Morgan Stanley Private Wealth Manager. We'll get her thoughts.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Get the olive leaf extract. This is a dual-purpose supplement that you should be taking every day. It helps to bring down inflammation and helps with your lipid profile. By bringing down inflammation at the vascular level, you're reducing plaque buildup. By bringing inflammation down systemically, you're actually helping your immune system. Now, olive leaf extract also helps to bring down LDL levels, increase your HDL levels. That means that less LDL leads to less oxidized LDL. Less oxidized LDL means less plaque buildup. So please get the olive leaf extract, take it every day, super important. And again, neural health is super important. You're gonna start seeing a lot of people having neural issues, either tremors or, you know, forgetfulness, not thinking as quickly, gait issues, kinematic issues, balancing issues. It's going to start happening in about 5 to 10 years with many people in the United States. All right? You need to pay attention to me. And that is, you got to look at this from a holistic approach, and you have to do proper exercise, proper diet, clean your environment. All right, keep away stay away from these chemicals that could disrupt your bodily systems. Get proper sleep, take the proper supplementation. Now, in terms of supplementation, taking Clarity Factor is very important, because what Clarity Factor does is that it's going to get rid of that brain fog. All right, it's going to help support your memory, and by thinking quicker and being able to concentrate on your tasks, either at work or at school, or even if you're retired, it'll allow you to focus on tasks. And by having these neurons firing better, you're going to actually have positive neuroplasticity. And that positive neuroplasticity means that the dendritic connections between neurons increases. That means you're thinking quicker, you're going to sleep better, your memory is going to be improved. And then when you holistically approach it with proper diet and exercise and proper sleep, right, you're going to create a microenvironment that further enhances and protects the neuron and helps build these neural networks. When you get older, your neural networks start to decline, start to recede. Well, you want to reverse that. Well, you do that with getting better blood flow, getting the nutrients, the micronutrients in that environment, bringing down inflammation, because chronic inflammation at the cerebral level, well, what happens? Well, the myelin sheath starts to degrade. Well, if your myelin sheath starts to degrade, that signal between neurons starts to slow down. So, and then eventually the neurons start to die. You don't want that. So it's important to get the microenvironment proper and to take the proper supplementation to be able to concentrate and to protect those neurons and to help with memory. I am not kidding. In the United States, in 5 years, you are going to see a major tick up in neural decline. So you better pay attention to me, because it's coming. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Clarity Factor. It'll allow you to get rid of that brain fog, drink it with filtered water, stay away from processed foods. And what Clarity Factor is going to do is it'll allow you to focus. It'll help support that memory, and over time, you're going to help build those positive neural networks, that positive neuroplasticity. Learn new things. That's super important. Read, write, and talk to people. All right? Super important. Because what's happening is that people are losing their concentration to be able to read a book, a real book, all right? From cover to cover. Well, you need to start building that back up, all right? Please. This is a very important message that I'm saying. If you're not improving your neural health, you are going to have problems in 5 years. Please listen to me. All right? All right. Another thing that's very important, especially when you turn age 40, is to lessen the load on your pancreas. Even if you're healthy, your pancreatic enzymatic activity goes down. Your pancreas starts to decline. So it's important to reduce the load on the pancreas. Taking digestive enzyme complex is going to help you to break up your carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. And by breaking up those carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids through the digestive enzyme complex, you're reducing the wear and tear on your pancreas and on your digestive system. So you're going to be able to absorb your nutrients, and your metabolism will be okay. All right? Now, digestive enzyme complex also has bromelain. Bromelain is a enzyme that will break up clots. It's fibrinolytic. In addition, this has proteolytic enzymes that will help to break up glycoproteins. This is the reason why I said take digestive enzyme complex in 2020. So I warned you in 2020 on what to do. I'm warning you what to do the next 5 years. Now, taking resveratrol is super important as an antioxidant and to help with youthful gene expression. I've been taking resveratrol for decades. Now, what resveratrol is going to do is going to soak up free radicals and help the health of the mitochondria. When you have healthy mitochondria, even at the neural level, your ATP goes up. When you have lots of ATP, your cells, your neurons, your tissues will perform better. In addition, resveratrol helps with youthful gene expression. As a cell starts to divide and as a cell ages and those tissues start to age, they start to methylate. And when you start to methylate your genes, they're turned off. All right? So you don't get that youthful gene expression. So what you want to do is slow down the methylation of your genome. In addition, as cells divide, the telomere lengths start to shrink. Well, once they stop dividing, they go into senescence or go into apoptosis. So many tissues will go into senescence. And you want to get rid of those senescent cells because they collect garbage. They have short telomere lengths. And in tissues that can rejuvenate, you're going to be able to get younger cells within that tissue because they're coming from adult stem cells. And they have longer telomere lengths with a more youthful methylation, more youthful gene expression. That's what resveratrol does for you. Resveratrol also stacks really well with C60, NAD+, ubiquinol, clarity factor. So please take resveratrol. It's super important. Okay? Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. And if you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. All right, let's go to this week in oil. All right, we're going to be talking about $300 barrel of oil. I don't think it's going to go to $300 a barrel, but risks are elevating. Now, right now, oil's trading at August contract 73.24, July contract 74.93. So let's listen into this analyst. I like what I learned from him. All right, I don't learn much from people. So when I say I learned something from someone, it's a significant thing. He's been in the oil industry for a while, so let's listen to his perspective on this. I have not seen this video.
What would happen if the Persian Gulf was closed? What would happen if a lot of those wellheads over there in the Middle East were set afire? Let's get into that this week in oil. Hey, I'm Aaron Kilda with 30 years of experience in oil trading and analytics, and I'm here to elevate your understanding of the oil markets. So I wanted to bring this to you real quick. I don't have a big PowerPoint this week. It's just stuff I've been thinking about over the past few days. Today's the 19th of June. Israel started bombing Iran on the 12th of June. So we've had a couple of days to, think about this situation. There's the possibility that the U.S. would join in to this situation and maybe start bombing Iran, start bombing some of their nuclear facilities or facilities where they're upgrading uranium to potentially have some sort of nuclear weapon. We've talked a lot on this channel about the closure of the Persian Gulf, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. A viewer brought up the possibility of what if they go scorched earth, like what happened after Saddam removed his forces from Kuwait in 1991. They set a bunch of oil wells on fire on their way out the door. So what would happen in this current situation if something like that were to happen again? So there's a couple of things I've been thinking about, but it keeps coming back to me that it's probably from a U.S. perspective, more of a credit event. So let me explain that to you. Let me walk you through what I'm thinking from that standpoint. First of all, we're net exporters in crude.
maybe I should say we're net exporters of liquid oil. We export a ton of LNGs, liquefied natural gas. We export a bunch of NGLs, natural gas liquids. We export a bunch of crude and products. Now we do import crude. Most of our crude comes from Canada and Mexico, so we call that maybe from a North American perspective. We don't really import that much crude outside of North America, if you will. The crude that we do import is typically heavy and medium grades. We've got enough of the light sweet crudes that we don't need any more of that. We're producing enough of it on our own. So that puts us in an interesting dilemma. In other words, on paper, from a really high level, we don't need the crude from the Middle East, but the market is so woven together, so interlinked, that a shortage in Asia, because they're not getting the crude they normally get from the Middle East, becomes a big issue or a price problem here in the U.S. and the rest of the Western countries. And of course,
right,
we would try to increase.
It would make 0 sense for Iran to block the Strait of Hormuz because it's going to affect China. I don't think it's going to happen. And even if they did, the United States would knock the blockade out quickly. Even if they layered it with a bunch of mines, would clear the mines out. So I don't think that's going to happen. And then another thing is that if they start bombing their oil, setting fire to their oil fields, it's only going to hurt China, not us. But the thing is that WTI does trade with Brent. All right. So the price pressure is going to lead WTI up. Now, what is interesting, and I've been watching it, the spread between Brent and WTI, seems to be narrowing a bit, just a little bit.
Should we try to increase exports to try to help meet that need? But in the meantime, prices are going to go crazy. So just as a thought experiment, thinking about what if they do hit $300 per barrel? We're currently around $75 per barrel. And, at least on the futures yesterday, I think that's exactly where it settled. And so that's, 75 to 300, $225 increase, 300% increase. That gives us maybe something to start with. So what I wanted to bring up first, maybe it's just to set the stage a little bit, as I mentioned.
Because if $300 barrel oil, first of all, if it went to $300 barrel oil, you're talking about definitely inflationary pressure. The Federal Reserve is going to have to raise rates, not cut rates. It's going to hurt the mortgages in the United States. It's going to hurt the government, the U.S. government, in terms of rolling over the debt with these higher interest rates. And because of the inflationary pressure, there's going to be a major sell-off in the equity market. And then on top of it, because it's inflationary, bond yields are going to skyrocket. On top of the Federal Reserve raising rates. Federal Reserve, when they raise rates, lifts the yield curve. Well, inflation does the same thing. So this is a fat tail event with very low probability, but high impact. But I think what's more realistic is $100 barrel oil, but I don't even think I'll even get there. I'm watching this very closely because I trade oil regularly. I watch this very closely, probably too closely, and, like by the ticker. And I'm telling you, hey, it doesn't want to go above 80. All right. Now, my take on this is that barrels of oil are starting to come more online by OPEC plus, even though that might be somewhat of a lie. They probably already produced the barrels and they're already in the system, and they're just trying to say they're raising inventories to get these production levels in line with petrol logistics numbers. Petrol Logistics is basically saying that there was way more inventory out there than what OPEC Plus was saying. All right, so, but there is this decoupling between the real market in oil in the United States and the real market overseas. But the thing is, WTI trades with Brent. If Brent goes up, WTI goes up. But usually, you know, it's just how much of that spread. Brent is more expensive than WTI. So that spread can change, can widen or shrink it, you know, get narrow, it can widen or narrow. But what I'm noticing is that it doesn't want to go above 80. You know, it gets to 77, 78, boom, it drops right back down. 72.95 is a support level right now for oil. For both the July futures contract, which is going to be expiring soon, and the August contract, which is around 73. It's trading at 74 for July contract handle and a 73 handle for August contract. So the futures, it's in backwardation. Well, that's basically saying that oil is going to go down, not up. If there was so much high risk, if the risk was really there, you would start to see August futures and September futures bidding in contango to the spot. That's not happening. So we're talking about like a fictitious event. We're not going to see $300 barrel. If Trump saw $300 barrel oil, he would actually start acting in Iran. There's that for sure. So, but there is a contagious issue if you had such a high level of oil, and it would affect multiple markets, equity market, the credit market. I think that's the point that he's making here.
Forces went into Kuwait. The U.S. and others went in to go push them out. And as we pushed out those forces, they set a bunch of wells on fire. And maybe you remember this, you know, maybe something you could Google to see those images. It was really quite something to see.
I think there's higher probability of them using a drone strike. There's higher probability that Iran uses a drone strike against Saudi Arabia than Iran letting their own oil wells on fire. And the thing is that the command and control has already been eliminated by Israel. The military command and control. The military is not functional in Iran because Israel killed them all, killed their command and control. So the Ayatollah, it doesn't really have that much power. This is why the Ayatollah should be eliminated. So I just don't see if there was a command to say, okay, hit Saudi Arabia's oil wells, oil fields. That command probably wouldn't be followed. And the same thing with lighting their own oil wells. Why would they want to do that? So I think using the experience of what happened in Iraq and projecting that in Iran, I think they're just two totally different situations. Plus, you have this integration of China needing that oil. You didn't have China wasn't even really integrated with the WTO yet when this oil field being lit up by Saddam back in the 90s. So we're in a different era. So I just don't see Iran doing this.
Again, I'm remembering some of this, and I've done some research as well. There's about 650 wellheads set on fire. A company called Bechtel, which shout out to you guys. I know you guys watch this. A company called Bechtel went in and worked with other folks like GETTR to put out those fires. And it took them 9 months to do it. So that's 2 to 3 wells per day sort of thing. At the time, Kuwait was producing about 2 million barrels per day. Demand in 1991 was somewhere around 67 million barrels per day. So you're talking about 2% or so of the global demand. was taken out for that time period, but we're talking billions of barrels that were just set ablaze. And I believe, from at least from what I read and pictures I've seen, it's been a while, but it looks like the countryside, the desert there is permanently scarred from these fires, from all this mess. So maybe if you're there and you know differently, please let us know in the comments or some pictures. But outside of being a massive environmental disaster, it was also a disaster for the country of Kuwait. Now, fast forward to 2007, 2008, and we had, the run up in crude prices. We've gone from sort of $50, $60 up to $140 in 2007. Things started getting a little bit weird in 2008. You could tell from
what happened? I lost his audio. I think his. I don't know. Hopefully his video isn't screwed up.
You got 25.
Oh, that was my area.
Wholesale price of gasoline was the same price. So
what I can tell, again, I'm remembering some of this and I've done some research as well. There's about 650 wellheads set on fire. A company called Bechtel, which shout out to you guys. I know you guys watch this. A company called Bechtel went in and worked with other folks like DrPaulCottrell to put out those fires. And it took them 9 months to do it. So that's 2 to 3 wells per day sort of thing. At the time, Kuwait was producing about 2 million barrels per day. Demand in 1991 was somewhere around 67 million barrels per day. So you're talking about 2% or so of the global demand was taken out for that time period. But we're talking billions of barrels that were just set ablaze. And I believe, at least from what I read and pictures I've seen, it's been a while, but it looks like the countryside, the desert there is permanently scarred from these fires, from all this mess. So maybe if you're there and you know differently, please let us know in the comments or some pictures. But outside of being a massive environmental disaster, it was also a disaster for the country of Kuwait. Now, fast forward to 2007, 2008, and we had, the run up in crude prices. We've gone from sort of $50, $60 up to $140 in 2007. Things started getting a little bit weird in 2008. You could tell from, credit was getting pinched. And then by September of 2008, we had Lehman finally going under. And that was a sort of a crazy time to be alive, to be trading in the markets, because things started to be driven by credit. And that was a very weird sensation. At that time, I was working for a company that was fairly cash rich, but small in the big scheme of things in terms of sort of international trade and that sort of thing. We were just a domestic facing company, if you will. We were moving crude oil. We were moving a lot of diesel fuel at that time. That was our primary thing, is diesel fuel. We were just getting into, maybe that even preceded that. I was going to say we're just getting into RINs and sort of biodiesel and that sort of thing too, but that would have been the really early days of that. At any rate, it stands out still in my mind, all the different credit things that would happen. And I'm going to go through that here in a minute. But I guess let's go ahead and jump into what I think would happen if prices went from $75 per barrel on crude to $300 per barrel. And again, just to put that in a frame of reference, because it's hard to sort of, we've never been that high, right? $300 per barrel works out to $7.15, $7.14 per gallon. So just from like a wholesale price, if gasoline was the same price as crude oil, you'd be looking at $7.14 per gallon, but that's before any of taxes and any of that sort of thing. Maybe a better way to look at it would be a 300% increase in price, which would put from recent retail prices, which would put us closer to $9.75 or so. So called $9 to $10 per gallon at the pump if things sort of stayed the way they are, which they might.
So if it was $10 a gallon, if it's $10 a gallon to pump your gas, all right, people would stop using their car because people couldn't afford it. Heating the homes in the winter would be not prohibitive, and you know, the economy would shut down. It would be so inflationary that it would be and then if the economy would shut down, then you're talking about banks having issues with being able to issue short-term commercial paper. I mean, there's no way it's going to go to $300 a barrel. Now, could it go to 100? Yeah, maybe, but I don't think so. But $300 a barrel, there's no way it's going to go to 300. I think he should have used like maybe 100 or 120 as a data point here. This is so out in left field.
But just to put it in some sort of context for you, that's sort of what we're looking at as being a possibility, and not just in California, but nationwide. California would actually be even higher. Again, assuming the relationships we're seeing now between crude and products stayed the same, which isn't necessarily true, but it's a place to start. So one of the first things to think about is the futures market. So people put on hedges, and again, so maybe a small crude producer would go to one of the banks to put on a crude hedge. They'd use an ISDA type agreement, so they'd have a bilateral agreement with the bank, and that's one set of credit that we'll come back to here in a second, but it's a credit relationship basically that governs that ISDA agreement. What I'm a little more concerned about is when you have shorts on the exchange, that you get a margin call, right? So if we went from T-1 at $75 per barrel, and then on the day where whatever it is bad that happens, and crude oil suddenly spikes to $300 per barrel, a 300% increase. The next day, or depending on when it happens, even during that day, there would be massive margin calls coming from the exchange, from the NYMEX, from the CME. And I recall, again, just to kind of put this in perspective, I recall one time shortly after Enron collapsed, I was in New York working for a big brokerage shop, and we had a huge client. I'm not going to say the name, even though it's 25 years ago almost. A huge client who had this short position on, and the same sort of thing happened. The market spiked, and we called them for a margin call. And I believe, now this is again thinking back, and it probably doesn't matter because I'm not going to tell you who it was, but it was something like $25 million that we had to have by the end of business that day in cash, because there was a huge margin call because the market had moved against them in such a violent way. And so all of us in the office were, it was a very stressful day, hoping that this client could come up with $25 million in cash in 2001. And they did, they eventually did, and everything was fine. But then it starts to get you thinking, well, what would happen if they didn't have that money? And the way that the FCMs are set up, the futures clearing merchants are set up, is such that you have daily margin calls that the FCM, so your clearinghouse, has to meet to go to the exchange. Whoever was on the right side of that trade, and it could be, several different people making a composite of that trade, but whoever was on the correct side of that trade wanted their $25 million, understandably. Let's say the market shot up, they were long going into that situation, they sold at the top, they want their $25 million because, hey, who would, for, a day's trade or however, I think it was a day's trade, just the way the market moved against them. So somebody had to pay that $25 million. It comes from somewhere, right? And so what the exchange did is they would go to the FCMs and say, well, you've got clients with these positions on, they need to pay, and it's a 1-for-1 margin, and it's up to the FCM to go sort of collect that. So sometimes the FCM will get into agreements where they'll say, for you're such a good client and you're a big, beautiful company and we believe in what you're doing, the first $1 million of any daily margin call will cover that for you, don't worry about it. But above and beyond that, we're going to call you up and say, you owe us XYZ. So, if you got a $25 million margin call, that's something, completely different outside the bounds of that. And again, the FCM might cover the first $1 million, but you've got to come up with $24 million, something like that. The point I'm telling you about this is the way it's structured. If an FCM misses that margin call, then the whole thing starts to fall like a house of cards. The whole exchange starts to fall like a house of cards. So if you think about it, there are, and just look at the futures, the open interest on the market, there are shorts out, all these different contracts. I tend to, right now, again, it's June of 2025, I tend to like to look at Cal 26 as an indicator of what's going on in the hedging community, what different crude producers should be hedging and that sort of thing. And yeah, after Israel started launching missiles and bombs at Iran, the market really shot up. Cal 26 really shot up. Volume is up. Open interest is up. So yes, there's hedging going on in that space. I've spoken to friends in the market, and yes, there's absolutely hedging going on that's hitting the exchange, right? There's this bilateral stuff on ISDA that's getting done, but there's also stuff on the exchange getting done. So that's a major risk right off the bat. If there's a big enough price spike, and again, there's things that can be done on the exchange itself to sort of shut down the market, circuit breakers to keep it from going, but they can only do that for so long until the market catches up with reality. So if something were to happen, like the Strait of Hormuz was shut for a period of time, if you had a massive amount of wells set on fire in the Middle East, or something like this, something catastrophic, that could be enough to topple the NYMEX. Just again, depending on how long people think that would last, how bad the event was, that sort of thing. So then the second thing I mentioned is these bilateral agreements. So a lot of them are in ISDA type form, and those are again going to define that credit relationship between the two customers. What sort of tenor can you have? How far out in the future are we willing to work with you on hedging products? And again, I'm speaking now from more of a bank experience, a banking side experience I've had, where working for the bank that gives out ISDAs to its clients to be able to trade, to be able to hedge. Primarily hedging is what I'm thinking in this part of the discussion. So for someone like a crude producer, it probably wouldn't be a margin call type relationship. If you have reserve-based loans, it's actually a good thing that crude prices go up and you're a crude producer, right? So you probably wouldn't have that same sort of margin call on a crude producer, as long as that is done on an ISDA. Again, that is going to depend agreement by agreement, company to company. As a whole, I think that's probably right, at least with the banks. But then the problem becomes, if you're a small crude producer, who are you going to sell tomorrow's crude to? So you would probably have some barrels contracted up You know, maybe you're contracted to a major, maybe you're contracted to a marketing company, that sort of thing. But the next marginal barrel that you can sell, who are you going to sell that to? And again, just my train of thought would say, well, someone like an Exxon, an integrated, one of these big integrated super majors, probably an okay credit risk at this point in time. And, you know, saying something just happened in the Middle East, something catastrophic where a large portion of the world's crude oil has been cut off for some period of time, more than just a day. So selling to a super major is probably an okay credit risk, but I guarantee your credit manager is coming to you, to the marketing guys, going, wait a minute, do we really need to be selling to the marketing company? So again,
If
the marketing company.
if this happened, then there would have to be a government bailout of the exchanges. That's what would happen. All right, let's go back to Bloomberg here. He's getting into the details of the exchange markets and stuff, which is way over the heads of many of the audience here. So let's go back to Bloomberg. But before we do, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. The Boomer Boost has 68 nutrients. It's going to help with vascular health. It's going to help with musculature, energy, and metabolism. So please go to my store, and brain function too. Please go to my store and get the Boomer Boost. The Boomer Boost has a very comprehensive compound profile. So read the label. Take it for your breakfast or for your lunch. Take a scooper a day. Mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even just with milk. But take it every day, and you're going to notice that you have a steady level of energy throughout the whole day. You're going to lose weight safely. You're going to have more vitality. You're going to have less inflammation, and you're going to notice that you just have this vitality, and you want to be more active. You're going to notice the benefits of this within 72 hours. So please go to my store, get the Boomer Boost to slow down that aging process. It's a very powerful supplement to take. Now you can take this separately, the heirloom barley or the gladiator barley separately, but it stacks really well with the Boomer Boost. All right. Heirloom barley helps to detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals, superoxide dismutase. Gladiator barley does everything that the heirloom barley does, but it also helps to build musculature. So please go to my store, get the Boomer Boost and the barleys. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video. Gel. You can get the gel in a tube form or in the quick dispenser. Have some at work, have some at home. You never know when you need it. It's dual purpose. You can use it as an aftershave. You can use it as a daily skincare. You can put it on a wound and it'll help to heal the wound. And if you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your eyes, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils. It stays active for 5.5 hours. Make sure you have some available at work, at home. You never know when you need it. Please go to my store and get the gel. Super important. All right, let's go back to Bloomberg.
This is the taking care of deadline for a lot of countries. There's one a little bit later. He set a vague 30-day deadline with the Canadians at the G7, by the way, and the China deadline is in August. So there's a lot of ticking clocks right now on this, and we'll see. But it's the huge question right now.
What happens today in Geneva? You've got Iran's foreign minister, leaders of Britain, France, Germany, the E3. And just, if you want to sound smart at the cocktail parties. Do they think that Donald Trump...
alone at the cocktail party.
Well, maybe.
Okay, let me tell you about the E3.
Listen,
clear out a room.
I've seen you at embassies.
Well, yeah.
What happens that Donald Trump would take seriously? We know how he feels about these European leaders. He left them all alone at the G7. Is this going to lead to anything that the White House would consider credible?
If he can brand it as them not having a nuclear weapon and then quote-unquote surrendering, then sure.
And he can still take credit for it?
Again, let's take that U.S. Steel example again. he's talking about American ownership of U.S. Steel and selling that deal. He had a rally celebrating the sale of that company to the Japanese company.
Remarkable.
Under the framing of American control. And there are provisions for American control, but like President Trump has never been shy to brand something.
Yes, right.
So I do think that there's a lot of elbow room here. If Iran and the Europeans get to something that Trump himself can, agree with, I think he can rhetorically.
Is he convinced that these B2s can actually get the job done and forego? There's been some reporting about whether he's skeptical of that. And does this 2 weeks also give Benjamin Netanyahu a chance to actually send people down there? This has been discussed as well. That's special forces under the mountain.
That's a good question, and I invite you to do what I do and ask our friends Nick Waddams and 20,000.
Yeah, we might do that later.
Right about that. But I think the BB question is an interesting one here, because one thing that has not happened in the, let's say, reflection period that Trump has been on in the last several days is any sort of public signal for Israel to hold it or, ease off or anything. Trump has not only left unclear what he will do with respect to Iran, but he's also given no signal that he's trying to clip the wings of the Israelis and what they are doing.
Sure.
So right now, that blank check seems to still be there.
And they could do a lot in the next 2 weeks.
Sure. Yeah, of course they can. Yeah.
Josh Wingrove, Bloomberg senior White House reporter, with us here at the desk. What a treat to have you in the Bureau and back in the United States of America. Hope you have a great weekend, and thank you.
We'll see you at the NATO summit next week.
As always. Are you heading there? Will you join us from the NATO summit?
It'd be my pleasure.
It'll be quite the conversation. I hope that's the case.
My steak frites and what have you. What can you get in Europe?
Sounds really great, actually. Let me know how that goes. The great Josh Wingrove. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thank you for being with us here on the Friday edition of Balance of Power. We've got a lot more straight ahead, only on Bloomberg Radio.
Many people went to attend the Friday prayers. It was much more crowded than the normal, prayers in the previous weeks. And we were seeing those people who normally do not attend Friday prayers just for the sake of condemning the Israeli aggression, because this is, from their perspective, this is not just an aggression by Israel against the Islamic Republic of Iran, but this is considered an aggression against the country itself, whether it's Islamic or non-Islamic. It doesn't matter, and that's why this has made people rally around the flag, and they consider, Israel as an, let's say, threat against the totality of the country, given the record Israelis have been making in the region by attacking Palestine and killing people in Gaza, or even after the departure of Bashar al-Assad in Syria, Israelis increased their attacks against Syria, and they are afraid that this might be the case when it comes to Iran. That's why people are more united. And
I think these people are protesting against Israel because the Ayatollah is forcing them to. All right, let's go to CNN here.
These pants are the best purchase I bought this year. A deal for older adults. They offer unmatched comfort and practicality for everyday life.
In the port city of Haifa, missile strikes there that have made impact. I do believe
that our Nick Robertson, who has been in Haifa, has reached the scene. Nick, what do you see?
Yeah, signs of destruction here. It's not clear yet how much damage to buildings there is. We do know from the local hospital that 5 casualties have been taken there, 2 of them in serious condition. The location we're at, without being specific, because Israel doesn't want to give away operational information, is a central location in this city. And what I can see behind me here are all sorts of emergency crews. I've seen the paramedics in here. I've seen the ambulances racing away from the scene as we've walked in here. I've seen the police controlling the streets around here. The military are on the scene here as well as the fire service. And it's their hoses that I've been able to see spraying water underneath the bridge behind me in there. It's not clear what they're dousing, what flames may have erupted. But just half an hour ago, barely that, the sirens had gone off here in this town. We were out on the street. We just followed people to the nearest shelter. It was beneath a shopping mall. And while we were in there, it's very hard to tell what's happening, but there were some dull thuds. Then we got the all clear, and as soon as we came out, like everyone else, you start to understand what has happened around you. And at least one Iranian missile, we're told, has impacted here. The details at the moment are fragmentary. We can expect the casualty numbers to potentially change. We can expect the details about what we know about the impact here to change. But at first glance, just coming down here, there are a lot of emergency services on site. And John, I got to tell you, just earlier on this morning, I was in the hub of where this city deals with this type of emergency, the hub where all the key players, the police, the fire service, all of them sit around a table with the mayor in what they call a war room. Information is feeding into them. They filter that information so that only information they get at that war room desk is key, clear, critical information for them to make decisions about what to do. So I know right now that room is working at full speed with all their officials in there, feeding in information about this, deploying teams to the ground. There'll be rescue teams involved here as well. We may not have seen them yet, but they will be the ones dispatched to go in and check the buildings, check for people that are trapped, check for other people that are injured. It's a very, very coordinated effort, and what we're seeing here on the ground right now is precisely that effort playing out, and that is the resilience that city officials talk to us about in this city.
Nick, just earlier, you and I were speaking, and it had been a quieter few hours, at least, in Haifa. That obviously ended quickly with the impact of this strike. But Haifa has been hit very hard over the last week during during this back and forth here. The people in that city, what is it been like for them?
You know, one of the other places I was in this morning, and I might have mentioned that to you, John, was a church that they'd opened the car park underneath the church for anyone of any religion to come in there, get shelter at times when the siren goes off. And, you know, there were mattresses in there, there were people clearly who sort of set up their home away from home down there. And the priest told me at nighttime, a lot of families come and live in there, and they do that because they are worried about these nighttime strikes. So again, this strike coming during the day is somewhat out of the normal. When we were on the street before the sirens, or as the sirens went off, I literally saw a father, a mother with 2 young children, tugging them by the hand, running up the street, following other people to try to get to this place of shelter, this car park underground car park that we all ended up in. It eats into people's psyche, if you will. It stresses them. One lady I was talking to in that bomb shelter just now told me it was the first time she had gone into the shelter. So Haifa has been targeted from the early days of this conflict. 3 people were killed not far from here in the very, very beginning of the conflict. So this city is very aware that it's in the crosshairs of Iranian missiles. Last night was a bit of a respite. But I got to tell you, following on from our conversation earlier, John, about how it was quiet, it just shows me how everything here turns on a dime. Things change very quickly. The response is fast, but all of that eats into people's, it amplifies their stress levels. And as you can imagine, that's not good for anyone, John.
A lot of anxiety there, to be sure. Nick Robertson at the scene of a missile strike in Haifa just a short time ago.
No sign of the escalation as Iran fires a fresh barrage of missiles towards Israel. Just moments ago, with the strike reported in Haifa, CNN is on the ground in both Israel and Iran.
Let's go first to CNN international diplomatic editor Nick Robertson. He's in Haifa, Israel, along the Mediterranean, Israel's third largest city. What can you tell us about this latest attack, Nick?
They're just repeating.
Yeah, well,
all right, let's listen to CNBC.
I'm thrilled to announce that the New York Times editorial board just urged moderate voters to rank me as their top choice. But let's be real, this race is likely.
The White House saying President Trump will decide on a strike on Iran within the next 2 weeks, while the conflict in the Middle East escalates between Israel and Iran without a resolution in sight. Mark Esper, former Secretary of Defense and former Secretary of the Army, joins us now. It's great to have you, Secretary Esper. What do you think President Trump will do?
Well, good morning, Sarah. Look, first of all, I thought he made a smart decision by pausing the clock, if you will, and giving himself more time and giving the situation more time to develop. There is so much more to consider than just whether we can send a couple B-2 bombers over Fordo and bomb it or not. The questions have to be about, what is the effectiveness of the strike? How long will it take them to rebuild the infrastructure? And then what will Iran do the next day? And the vulnerability of U.S. service members and facilities in the region. And then, of course, you got to consider what are our Arab partners in the region thinking? What's their view? Because they host the 40,000 or so service members that are in the region and where our bases are as well. So there's a lot to consider here. So I think it was a smart move to slow things down, let the situation develop. Let's see how talks go today in Geneva. They're ongoing right now, and then reassess as you go along.
If the U.S. does not get involved, can Israel complete the mission on its own?
Possibly. I mean, there's always the option for a ground assault of some sort. That would be very risky, but could be effective. I think whether it's a ground assault or whether it's an aerial assault using U.S. bombers, eventually we're going to need to get people on the ground in that facility, whether it's military personnel from a friendly country or IAE inspectors, which is far more likely. We're going to need to know what happened, how much destruction was there. And look, Sarah, keep in mind, we still don't know where the 900 pounds or so of enriched uranium is to 60%. We need to track that down as well, because that gives you enough capacity to make up to 10 nuclear weapons.
Is there any realistic scenario where Iran comes to the table and there's a diplomatic resolution to this? Any talks? They haven't shown any willingness to do so, but the Iran foreign minister is meeting with European foreign ministers. It's interesting because not Israel and the United States are not present at that meeting, but is there some sort of ending here that can happen without further escalation, where it's talks?
Yeah, I think that's the key question. Look, I think at the end of the day, whatever happens, there's going to have to be a negotiation with regard to what Iran can and cannot do afterward, and inspections and surveillance and all those things. We need to make sure that they don't pursue a program beyond what's happened now or in the coming weeks. You're right about the Iranians. Look, they're talking tough going in. The foreign minister said Iran would not negotiate while conflict was ongoing, but yet he's sitting in Geneva. So you tend to have a lot of tough talk on the outside. Much of that is for domestic consumption in Iran. We'll see what happens behind closed doors. I was pleased to read that the foreign ministers of Germany, the UK, and France have said, look, we're going to talk not just about uranium enrichment, which should be off the table, but which they should not be allowed to do, but also ballistic missile production and the export of terrorism throughout the region and the world. So I think that's a great starting point. I think those are high hurdles for the Iranians to get to. But at some point in time, their country will continue to get devastated and will need to come to the table. And look, I know something important to your viewers. We've yet to see a heavy impact on the Iranian economy, particularly the energy sector. And, if Israel moves to that first, attacking in large measure sites such as Kargal, that could have a dramatic input on energy production, on the global economy. And so there are all these incentives for there to be some type of negotiation. The question is, given the regime, its head, its popularity, or I should say unpopularity with the Iranian people, what's it going to take to get them there? Yeah, we got some notification from one of the shippers. Hapag-Lloyd today said that the traffic out of the Straits has been uninterrupted so far. Do you think about how easy it would be to mine that area if the Iranians chose to do so, and what that would do to certainly a quarter of all oil traffic? Yeah, no, absolutely. You're right. 20 to 25% of energy supplies coming through the Strait of Hormuz. It would not be difficult for them to mine it, or of course, obstruct it with some type of sinking of a ship. That's something that we always kept in mind. I'm sure the Israelis are too. It would not be hard to sink the Iranian Navy, but you have to be 100% successful if you're going to prevent that. But that's just another key factor that's sitting out there that can have, an impact on global energy supplies. And look, I might add too, Iran doesn't have too many allies out there, but the allies they do have, Russia and China primarily, depend heavily on Iranian oil being shipped to them. So there's those impacts with Iran supporters as well that Tehran has to take into account. Finally, while we have you, I hope you won't mind a question. Your name got invoked in these hearings for Secretary Hegseth this week, where Senator Slotkin said that Secretary Esper, had more guts than he did when it came to dealing with the use of military on protests here in the homeland. Your thoughts on how it's been deployed so far, and maybe this appeals court decision last night? Look, I'm going to stay out of the domestic politics happening on Capitol Hill. The court made a ruling with regard to the deployment of the National Guard. There is a role, of course, for the National Guard when it comes to support to civilian authorities, and the court made a ruling, and we'll see where it goes from there.
All right, Secretary Esper, really appreciate you weighing in on the Middle East and helping us understand what could be next. Good to see you, Mark.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the cleanse, which is 30 parts per million, or the max 14, which is 14 parts per million. Take a teaspoon a day, swish in your mouth, gargle, 20 seconds or 30 seconds, and then swallow it. And what's going to happen is your oral cavity will improve, your oral pharynx, the health of the mucosal layer, and the health of the epithelial lining is all going to improve. That's going to help to boost up your immune system. Take a teaspoon a day every day. And if you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two. Once you start feeling better, go back to your maintenance dose. And then get the collagen. The collagen is a multi-purpose supplement. It's a powder. You take 1 scoop a day, this is a month's supply. Mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even with milk. Take it every day. Do resistance training, so it's going to help to build muscle and help with the health of your cartilage and your joints and your bone structure. But it'll also help with your skin, your hair, and your nails. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the collagen, get healthy, take it every day. Super important. And take the supplements like D3 and K2, take them together. And what they do is help to build bone density. Taking calcium, either drinking milk or taking supplementation. You can increase the efficacy of D3 by taking in magnesium. I have supplements that have magnesium in it, like the Boomer Boost, and vitamin C and magnesium, and the magnesium and zinc. But take the D3 and the K2, do resistance training to build bone density. But also D3 and K2 will help to pull some of that calcium depositing around plaque in your vascular system and help to reduce plaque, calcium depositing around plaque. So this is a dual purpose. It helps with cardiovascular health, but it also helps with bone density. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the D3, the K2, the collagen, the Max 14, or Cleanse. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
To take on the worst of Washington, you need the best of the boroughs. That's Adrienne Adams, straight from Hollis, Queens, a mom guided by faith and justice. Adrienne.
Welcome back. Israel continues to hammer Iranian nuclear sites to disable the country's atomic capabilities.
So far, it's launched dozens of strikes on these facilities you see in the northern and north central parts of the country. It includes the one that is most concerning to everyone, Fordo. That site is buried deep in a mountain, about 300 feet below ground, some 60 miles outside Tehran. Taking out that facility will require a much bigger bomb than Israel has in its arsenal. The president's considering deploying a U.S. bunker buster bomb. It is capable of penetrating 200 feet underground before detonation. Chief National Security Correspondent Jennifer Griffin explains. Jen.
Hi, Jackie. Well, we've just learned that the USS Nimitz, the aircraft carrier strike group, will be arriving in the Middle East this weekend. That's significant in terms of any potential strike on Fordo, because on board are not only dozens of warplanes and up to 5,000 sailors, but also the very important Ef-18 Growler electronic warplanes that are needed if you were to fly the B-2s over Iran. Now, here at the Pentagon, there is little doubt whether the GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator, or MOP, could destroy Iran's Fordo nuclear facility, buried, as you said, 300 feet under a mountain complex with layers of limestone and dolomite rock, which geologists call nature's own bomb shelter. Shown here during a test in 2018 and developed by the Air Force specifically to address Iran and North Korea's underground nuclear sites, the MOP was designed to penetrate 200 feet underground. Further, if two missiles are dropped via GPS positioning into the same hole.
Does it have the capacity, if it's employed the correct way, to have the effect inside the mission space? Absolutely.
Retired Navy Captain Todd Sawhill oversaw the Defense Department's targeting operations, advising 5 CENTCOM commanders and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs on weapons like the MOP.
You can use a multiple hit scenario where you have multiple impacts in the same point, which will create a large crater. Spoil will be thrown out, and it allows a pathway for the next munition to go in even deeper and farther, so that successive hits on the same point will allow increased penetration and increased lethality.
All eyes now on Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri, home to the B-2 stealth bomber. The U.S. is the only military in the world with the capability to strike this buried program with a conventional weapon using its B-2 bombers, which can fly at 50,000 feet, carrying 2 massive 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs. There are 2 entrances to Fordo.
If they wanted to go after the portal entrances, it's likely that they would use 2 B-2s for each portal entrance, so it could drop 2 bombs per portal.
The B-2s fly with a significant air escort for protection. It's a 30-hour round trip to the Mideast from Whiteman that requires a massive air refueling bridge. That is why the Pentagon ordered dozens of refuelers to bases in the UK and the Middle East. Lieutenant General Mark Wetherington is a former B-2 pilot and served as Deputy Commander of the Air Force Global Strike Command.
There'll be dozens of tanker aircraft supporting it. There'll be electronic attack and command and control missions and all sorts of support to this type of a mission. And so it's a very complex mission.
The mission, General Wetherington says, will rely on the quality of the intelligence about the Fordo site. Jackie?
Jennifer Griffin, thank you. Appreciate it. Well, some opinion pieces highlight the potentially historic choices the president faces in his decision-making. The New York Post editorial board with "Keep the focus on stopping Iran's nukes. Regime change is too risky a game." And Karl Rove writes in the Wall Street Journal, "Trump's clarity on Iran and the questions that remain, he hasn't wavered in his view that Tehran can't have nuclear weapons. Now he'll have to decide what to do about it." Michael Allen is a former special assistant to the president and senior national security director under President George W. Bush. Michael, thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So you just heard Jennifer Griffin's report, and it sounded to me like the assets that are moving in that direction would allow the president, if he so chooses, to take some kind of an action within the next week or so, even though the White House has said that he'll make a decision on whether to strike in the next 2 weeks. What do you see happening here? Do you think there's really a chance for diplomacy?
I think the president wants to leave the door ajar for diplomacy. I think he would like nothing more than for the Iranians to just sort of cry uncle and understand that they may be risking the health and security of their regime if this continues and if the United States were to intervene. However, in the end, I think Donald Trump will be worried about some sort of onerous verification process that may result if there is a diplomatic deal, because the Iranians have such a history of obscuring what they're up to, diverting nuclear material. Don't forget, Fordow and the Natanz in the past were secret facilities that they did not declare. So there's a lot of baggage associated with trying to trust the Iranians. We still want a diplomatic solution, but at the end of the day, because we're already in the middle of a military conflict, it may be just that the best option is to go ahead and strike Fordow.
All of their defiant rhetoric, too, about never surrendering, I'm sure gives some people some questions. But meantime, the former Secretary of State for the president in his first term, Mike Pompeo, titled his new op-ed, "Israel is doing the world a favor. Now the U.S. must give any help necessary to end Iran's nuclear threat." And this morning, he added this.
It is time to put this to rest, to get all of the enrichment out of Iran, to finally put Israel in a place where it can be secure, and most importantly for the American people, make sure that we are safe and we don't have to live under the threat of a nuclear-armed Iranian regime that has for years talked about death to our nation and done everything it can to facilitate that.
So let's say he does choose to strike Fordow. What happens next? What else does the U.S. have to be ready to support?
So I think that the Iranians will definitely strike us back. They will attempt to hit our bases in the region with short-range ballistic missiles. I think we would become even more than we already are in the crosshairs of their terrorist infrastructure. So I know that the president is weighing this in terms of a cost-benefit analysis. There's a reason why we've sent so much personnel, so many planes to the region, not just to support the B-2, but also to help shoot down any projectiles that the Iranians may send at Americans in the region. So the question really is, there will be blowback, but can we mitigate it? Can we do well enough by setting the theater with enough defensive weaponry as to sort of make the Iranians pause and think to themselves, if we hit the United States, or at least try to, we're just inviting even a greater series of airstrikes from the United States.
Obviously, there's concern about...
We're Koya, your new favorite protein shake. We specialize in plant protein, but not that chalky stuff. Because our shakes are sweet, without all the sugar, creamy, without the dairy, and serves up a variety of nutrients. So get ready to shake, sip, and savor the true and tasty power of plants.
You may get a little excited when you shop at Burlington.
They are my favorite brand! It's like a whole new brand! I'm saving so much!
Burlington saves you up to 60% off other retailers' prices every day. Will it be the low prices or the great brands? Burlington. Deals, brands. Wow, I told you so.
Obviously, there's concern about U.S. assets that are in the region, but there's also the question of if anything could happen here in the homeland. We had this comment from a former White House chief information officer and current CEO of a cybersecurity firm. Listen here.
If they are running out of weaponry and missiles, they could resort to cyber incidents and cyber attacks. Everything from everyday citizens to U.S. elected officials, media outlets, as well as critical infrastructure. They're going to look for something that might be high impact. Look at the control systems for energy, utilities, water, cyber vandalism, distributed denial of service attacks, sending tons and tons of internet traffic to websites, whether it's government agencies, media, or critical infrastructure such as financial services.
Should the federal government be doing anything right now to maybe guard against that, communicate that risk to public or private entities?
Definitely. And the National Security Agency, not just the electronic eavesdroppers for the country, but the ones that run Cyber Command, also have a mission to defend forward. They're allowed to get on foreign intelligence networks, be it telephonic or the like, and try and ensure that there are no attacks that head our way and or land here in the United States. The Iranians may be able to get through, so we do need to be vigilant in terms of our cyber defenses, but we're not powerless when it comes to trying to neuter these attacks before or at least during the Iranian attempt to hit us.
All right, it is a tense time, high stakes. Thank you so much for your expertise as always, Michael Allen. Appreciate it.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern.
The best mattress deals so you can get your best sleep only during the 4th of July mattress sale at Raymore Flanagan. Combined sale pricing with interest-free financing.
We're back with Fox News Alert. Iran launching new waves of missiles towards Israel as the regime threatens American interest in the region. Let's break down what Iran has fired at Israel this week and exactly where U.S. troops are located in the Middle East. First, let's look at the missile attacks that have happened. You can see they're averaging about 30 a day. It has started with more. They got 2,000 to 3,000. We don't know exactly how many, but they've stayed about the same average here at 30. They're going a little higher, upwards of 40 on the 14th and the 16th. And then, as you see, it's starting to come down a little bit. But even as it comes down, even on the smallest missile launch of days, yesterday they hit a civilian hospital that we have been showing you. Now, let me just move to this, because we got to talk about the actual missiles they're firing. And you can see on this graph, really the region. And of course, you've got Tehran here. Israel is over here. But then, of course, Gulf states down here where a lot of our U.S. interests are. And you look at the range of them from 500 kilometers all the way out to 2,000. They have a lot of short-range missiles. Often the Fatahs you'll see fired out here, but it is the Shahabs that can really go wide. That is of great concern. And then lastly, let me just go back to, as we showed you, that range of 2,000. Obviously, all of this is in there to include Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, in Kuwait. Ali Al Salim, been a long-time air base for us, a lot of our assets there, along with the deep water port in Bahrain. That is a very sensitive situation. The Fifth Fleet calls that home. That is the threat picture as we wait to find out exactly what President Trump will do. Brian?
Yep, within 2 weeks. So let's bring in General Jack Keane, Griff. He's retired 4-star general, Institute of Study Awards, a must-read every day. General, your thoughts, first off, on the decrease in the number of ballistic missiles that Iran's been sending to Israel. Are they running out?
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, it started on the 14th, and just look at it in 24-hour periods, 200 on the 14th, then 105 the next day, then 65 the next day, then 35, then 30, and now I think in the last 24 hours we're down to single digits. So there's no doubt that I think they are withdrawing some missiles and don't intend to use them in the event that the United States attacks, and they may be thinking of retaliation against us. That's a possibility. But there's no doubt that two things are happening. The Israelis are destroying their mobile missile launchers, and that's a tough target.
About 70?
Yeah, they started with 320, and they got more than half of them gone. They've hit their ballistic missile stockpiles. So the majority of the ballistic missiles are now gone, and that obviously is a good thing. And of course, they're killing them as they're flying into Israel itself. This is the only offensive weapon they really have. They're flying drones, but they're not effective whatsoever.
So when you look at the waiting period that the president gave me 2 more weeks, you got to think that each day that goes by with this pace of them shooting rockets and Israel taking out the launchers, it makes our troops a little bit safer, it makes it a little bit harder to think that they're going to hit some of our assets in the region. Maybe we could put up a map that shows where we have troops located.
Yeah. Well, they can range, if they can range Israel, they can range our bases, in the Gulf region. But I mean, I think there's a way to handle this. I'm sure that the president and his team have thought through this thing. Is if we're going to help at Fordow, because the Israelis have asked us to help finish this nuclear enterprise off once and for all, and I certainly think we should do that if they've asked for that help.
We've hit 12 sites already.
Yeah, the nuclear enterprise is vast. And you covered it earlier, it's very redundant, it's resilient, multiple sites, centrifuges, so you can spin up enriched uranium, multiple sites, enriched uranium. They did that, you know, to survive. The Ayatollah going into this, and the reason why he has never made a deal is because he had built an enterprise to survive an attack. And he believes they can absorb the attack, survive it, recover it, and then rebuild. That is where this guy is. And I don't see him in the near term making a deal here whatsoever. I think after we take his enterprise down, his whole enterprise down, look at the Israelis have destroyed all 70 of their air defense batteries, all of them. Air Force, gone. As we mentioned, the 12 nuclear sites damaged or destroyed. We finish off Fordo itself. And then leadership decapitated, military and nuclear scientists. Now they can recover nuclear scientists, but in the near term, major problem. And here's the other thing. Look at the isolation that Iran actually has, Brian. The proxies in the region, particularly Hezbollah, was organized to defend Iran against Israel. That is why they invested billions and billions of dollars, 150,000 rockets, a force of 60, 70,000 capable of fighting. They were in Syria as a ground force. How much have they fired since the war began? Nothing. They have thousands of missiles. Why haven't they fired? They have lost their political will. They are done.
Do you think
Hamas can't do anything? The other proxies haven't done anything. Where is Russia and China? They can obviously assist Iran here. They have missiles.
Right.
They're not. This regime is isolated. The proxies see it. I think the strategic partners see it. We are looking at the end here.
Do you believe the president should greenlight a Fordo hit using the bunker busters?
Yeah, absolutely.
You think it'll be effective? Do you worry at all about it being able to wipe it out?
I think there's challenges when you go in 300 feet for sure, at the bottom of a mountain. We've never actually done that. But that doesn't mean you don't do it. I mean, Normandy was 50-50. I mean, it doesn't mean you don't do it. The alternative, I think, is unacceptable.
That's the leader right there.
Do you believe that the president's chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Secretary of Defense, DNI, do you believe they're advising him to do this?
I would suspect they are. If they ask, what they do is they lay out options and then the risk associated with everything. And then the president would ask, what's your recommendation? Now, listen, let me tell you something. This Eric Kurilla, who's the CENTCOM commander, that's been here a number of years, he's one of the best we have ever had in uniform as an operational commander. This guy has got his act together, and he is as steady as can be.
Does the president trust him?
Oh, absolutely. When he was working for Joe Biden, and they had attacked us over 350 times in Iraq and Syria over the 4-year period. Just listen to what I just said to you.
Right.
And he wanted to respond. He made recommendations to the president. He gave them a target list of 120. He didn't want to hit the proxies that were hitting us. He wanted to hit Iran to shut it down. And they never gave him permission. He's got a president now.
We'll see.
I just want to tell you that in New York Times today, a short time ago, Iran rejects Trump's.
The problem with Trump is that sometimes he's not willing to take the risk, and I'm really concerned that he's gonna miss the opportunity here. I'm not so sure. I think that the tail is wagging the dog, and it's Steve Bannon and Tucker Carlson is the tail.
For surrender in war with Israel.
Predictable. I mean, he wants to survive this. The one thing I would say about the strike, the way to handle the strike, get the message to the Ayatollah. Mr. Ayatollah, we are conducting an air strike to support Israel's war, right? And you know the reason why. And it's a one-off strike. We're not doing anything else. If you retaliate against us, then all bets are off. We're going to come for you with consequential force. And that would put his existence and his regime on the table.
Hope the president's watching because that's fantastic advice. Back in a moment. Thanks, General. We'll talk to you now.
You got it.
We got a box.
I'm thinking of buying a house.
A house? Are you sure? I don't know anyone that owns a house. It's a big commitment. Yeah, if you can make it work.
We got this.
probably has Spectrum. I'm on a video chat. Melissa's live streaming with her audience. The kids are on their phone streaming while gaming. What screen are you paying attention to? So we really depend on Spectrum to be top speed.
All right, we got a Fox News alert. President Trump is preparing for an intelligence briefing with his national security team at 11 o'clock in the Oval Office. It comes as a senior Iranian official says they will reject any deal with zero enrichment and will not surrender. Let's bring in four-star General Jack Keane, Institute of Study of War. General, your take, what would you say right now if the president said, I need you in the Oval Office to talk to me about what my options are? What would you emphasize?
Yeah, well, a few things. I think, first of all, I think he's had 4 or 5 meetings on this, and we certainly don't know, where he is on all of those meetings. But I think from the policy perspective, when you look at it from Marco Rubio's responsibilities, this is a huge strategic opportunity here that we haven't had in 45 years. We're talking about removing and ending Iran as being the #1 adversary that has dominated the region in terms of instability. They've been at this for 45 years. And as you pointed out to our audience here, the history of killing Americans during that time frame is very significant, but their overall behavior. So as a result of diminishing this regime, taking away its nuclear capability, taking away much of its military capability, weakening it politically, isolating it for the first time, as we mentioned in the last hour. I mean, the proxies aren't helping them.
Right.
I mean,
their allies aren't helping them.
And China and Russia are not helping them. And they funded Hezbollah billions of dollars for one reason only. Yes, to do state-sponsored terrorism, and they were the best at it in the business. But number 2, and the primary reason, was to defend Iran in the event of a war with Israel. And they haven't fired a shot. They lost the political will. So what that presents to us is our contribution here to end this. After all, this is Israel's war.
Right.
And we're going to help end it and end the domination of the Iranian regime. That is a paradigm shift that will reset the Middle East for years to come. And it will likely be a catalyst for what we want to see, which is normalization of the other countries in the region with Israel, the so-called Abraham Accords. That will put us on a pathway to that.
It will loosen the grip that Iran has on Iraq, which will be unbelievable. It's a subtle game. In Syria, because Hezbollah was not backed by Russia and was so diminished by Israel, it allowed Syria to get a new government that is not allied with Iran and not allied with Russia, who we were beginning to see if we could work with. They certainly are not bombing us, and they said that they'll deal with Israel. So that's one of the ripple effects. But by the way, let's just take a look at our assets in the region. And maybe you sit there, if you were in a military briefing right now, this is where our troops are based. And this is what worries the president arguably most, is because they could be targets. So if you can't go get a U.S. assets or an aircraft carrier, maybe you can get 2,500, start down to the 2,500 in Iraq or the 400 in Syria. What worries you the most there, or who's the most susceptible?
Well, I think, and the history is evidence of it, the easiest target for the Iranians to hit because of proximity is right there in Iraq. And that's what they did when we killed Qasem Soleimani. Look, the other thing...
We have missile defense there, right? We have some...
We do. But, I mean, they can fly drones and other things at it. And the president may also be waiting to get this second carrier strike group in the area. I think a few days ago they said it was about a week out, so it's probably several more days of transit to get them on station. Not so much to protect the troops that are there, because I think we have sufficient resources to do that, but to deal with retaliation in the event that Iran attacks us. And I think we got to make it very, very clear to the Ayatollah that we're in this to support Israel. We've been support. They're our ally with intelligence, with logistics. Obviously, a lot of the munitions they got from us. But they want us to take out this one target and make it very clear that it's still Israel's war, and we're going to take this target out. But if you attack us, then you've got us involved in a war. And our reaction to that will be very significant.
But you realize they warned us, General, not to do that because they will attack us back. You say take control of that conversation.
Take it. Make sure that they understand unequivocally, and they know what we can do. That we're going to respond, and then you brought us into the war if you do that.
So I just want to tell you that the story out today is that the president is telling his confidants, "I'm worried about being another Libya, where you decapitate the regime and it becomes a terror haven." And Russia now has significant influence in Libya where maybe they didn't have it before. Is he right to worry about that?
I think they're dramatically different countries.
It's majorly different. What's the educational attainment in Libya? What's the secular attainment of Libya compared to Iran? Totally different. Absolutely, totally different situations.
Iran is an educated class of people. They have a vibrant middle class and obviously a fairly wealthy upper class, despite all the economic challenges they've had under this particular regime. Libya was an impoverished country, and
it was a shithole. That's what it was.
The educated country like this country is. I think there would always be a power struggle in this country that would take place. Political groups would form, and don't know what those results would be. But I think the Iranian people would have an awful lot to say about it, and they haven't had anything to say about it the last 45 years.
You could just dry up the money going to Hamas and Hezbollah. Life in the Middle East gets a lot better, especially if Iran's not a nuclear power. That's the best case scenario, but it could be actually a likely scenario. General, we're going to find out in the next few days. But again, if it was your advice and the president called you up and said, "Hey, General, what do you think?" you would say, "Do it."
Yes, certainly. I mean, Israel likely has plans to do this in the event we're not going to do it. But those plans, one, I'm assuming are much more at risk because it likely would involve some ground troops. And two, it not only risk to the troops, but also risk in terms of mission accomplishment.
General, you twice in 2 hours. Thanks so much. Appreciate you coming down. It was great to see you.
All right, let's see here. All right, let's listen to DW here.
Well, meanwhile, the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araqi is on his way to Geneva to meet his counterparts from Germany, France, and the UK. The Europeans are aiming to find a diplomatic road to a nuclear deal with Iran, with the German Foreign Minister urging Tehran to show it was serious about giving up its nuclear program. Mr. Araqi said earlier today that his country was not prepared to speak to anyone as long as the Israeli attacks continue. Ahead of the meeting, he repeated his country's position.
It is the Americans who are seeking negotiations. They have sent messages multiple times, including very serious ones. But we have explicitly told them that as long as the aggression and attacks continue, there is simply no room for talk, or dialogue, or diplomacy. We are in a legitimate state of self-defense, and this defense cannot and will not stop.
Let's bring in our chief political editor, Michaela Kufner. Welcome, Michaela. What use are these negotiations with the Europeans and Iran? What use are they without the United States?
Well, how much use these talks can have depends on who you speak to. I had the opportunity to speak to John Bolton on our Berlin Briefing podcast within the last 24 hours. He's, of course, the former security advisor to Donald Trump during his first term in office. And he said there's absolutely no use, that the Europeans simply wouldn't make any headway. This morning, I was at a briefing of the ambassador of Iran to Germany before he himself headed off to Geneva. And although we can't quote directly from those talks, the impression impression I got is that there's a hope also on the Iranian side that speaking to the Europeans could open a bit of negotiating space also with the Americans. It looks like the Europeans are trying to do as much legwork as they possibly can to open up diplomatic space in the hope that Donald Trump, who said he will decide in 2 weeks' time whether he will indeed get more involved in that conflict, which is currently strictly between Israel and Iran, will be swayed to reopen those talks. Because let's not forget, that's exactly what the US was doing before Israel launched those attacks on Iran. And I just also want to stress that I put to the ambassador that the reason why Deutsche Welle isn't directly reporting from Iran is because, of course, Deutsche Welle is banned in Iran itself. So that's why we're not getting those first-hand accounts to our audience out of Iran itself.
Okay, Germany's Foreign Minister Johann Wadephul is taking part in those talks. He said before leaving that negotiations with Iran depend on several factors.
This requires Iran to show serious readiness to renounce any enrichment of nuclear material that could lead to nuclear weapons. This also requires that the missile plan can be included in the talks. If this serious readiness is there, that means for our part that we'll also be ready to hold further talks.
Die Folge sein, dass wir bereit sind, weitere Gespräche zu führen.
Michaela Kufner, how much readiness, to use the foreign minister's term, how much readiness do you expect from the Iranian side?
None. Clearly, this is an issue of national pride and the survival of the Mullah regime right now as well. It simply cannot afford, after its top brass has been de facto assassinated by Israel, to now be seen to show weakness and to give in to what is expected or demanded to be a full surrender. The sense that I've been getting here from that briefing with the Iranian ambassador is that Iran will not move an inch even on the whole question of whether it will continue to enrich. And it also cannot be expected to see a major shift in position from the Iranian regime, which after all is also built on opposing Israel itself. That's also why we're now seeing talks going on a lot beyond what's happening officially in Geneva today. The German Chancellor Friedrich Merz spoke to the Turkish President Erdogan also, who himself has warned that there could be migrants as a result of a wider conflict. He also spoke to the Emir of Qatar, of course, having been an important mediator in the past. So we're seeing hyperactivity when it comes to diplomacy, different forces at play, but there's no glossing over that in the end, it will depend on whether the Americans, whether Donald Trump decides to take the US either the whole military or at least potentially that bunker-busting weapon into this conflict. That could become a game changer. For now, we're seeing a lot of casualties on both sides, and we're seeing diplomacy pretty much stuck on the whole question of what the US will do next.
Okay, Michaela, thank you for that. Michaela Kufner, DW's Chief Political Editor. Well, Sarah Kamanian is an international relations analyst from the University of Sussex in the UK. Welcome to DW. Help us understand Iran's thinking on negotiations. We have the foreign minister saying there is no room for negotiations while Israel's attacks continue, as he's on his way to a meeting with a group of European foreign ministers.
Thank you for having me. In a sense, there has been signs that Iran wants to return to negotiations, but the thing is that the negotiation table didn't work in the first place because two parties had conflicting red lines, and it's not going to change anything. This kind of new requests if we continue to have these conflicting red lines. And you can see the US has so far rejected those attempts, framing them as coming from a position of weakness, and is not also willing to grant them the ceasefire they asked for to continue negotiations, of course, because they already have the upper hand in war Israel. At this point, I think negotiations could only move forward meaningfully if there's some internal shift in Iran, perhaps some form of restructuring of the state or the emergence of a more moderate leadership with the involvement of the US, of course, which is one of the possible scenarios I think Israel might be investing in, as they already have a silent network of potential and actual allies in the Iranian state.
Okay, let me just interrupt you there, because that is clearly not something that is going to come out of today's talks in Geneva. It is highly unlikely that Iran is going to turn around and say, oh, yes, we'll change the regime. So what's the point of today's meeting, and how does meeting the Europeans serve Iran?
Well, Iran is hoping to probably just return to that's what I said. I think they are not really helpful efforts, just as probably the earlier negotiations with the US were not very helpful, because unless one party is kind of hoping to show flexibility, which is not really what I think they are willing to show. They're trying their best. They're kind of experiencing existential crisis. Of course, they're kind of trying to knock at any door that they think might be kind of open to show them some more opportunity. They might be kind of hoping to negotiate with Europe and return to the previous kind of continue the previous nuclear deal negotiation.
She's in her late 20s, maybe early 30s, and she's going to tell you on what's going on in Iran. People that need to make these decisions, and you should be interviewing and talking about the international relation, should be 50 plus years of age, not anyone below that, because they haven't lived through the arc of Carter. All right, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the elderberry zinc lozenges. These are very high quality. You get 21 lozenges in each bag. Get a few bags for your household or for work. Once you have that irritation, take them right away, no matter what the season is. Very important. And the drops are smaller. You get 100 per bag. Again, take them just like the lozenges. You get 3 different flavors that you can choose from: blueberry, honey and lemon, and cherry. Again, get a few bags for your household. Make sure you have some at work and at home. Right when you have that irritation, take them right away and mitigate the problem. Super important. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. And if you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift till supplies last. Let's go back to Miss, around late 20s, early 30s. I'll tell you, these people, I don't know. It's so obvious. It's really simple. Blow up the nuclear facilities, decapitate the Ayatollah, bring in the international community to allow for economic integration and a flourishing democracy. It's that simple. No boots on the ground. It's about making sure that the Iranian people, the secular Iranian people, are integrated in the global economy. It's that simple.
Because with that kind of terms, what Iran was expecting to see was probably more sanctions, not necessarily a war. But I think that ship is sank, and these efforts are not really taking them anywhere unless, as I said, there is this sort of not necessarily a regime change, as you frame it, even though this is one of the scenarios, but at least they are willing to show flexibility, because the US is now in a position of power. They are very unlikely to kind of give up on their red lines.
Okay, so as Iran knocks at any door, what concessions do you think they might give in order to try and keep the US out of this?
The concessions they are willing to give are probably, well, given that they have lost much of their nuclear facilities by now, it's not very unlikely that they are kind of more willing to negotiate maybe in terms of that deal. But I think this time, as you were asking your previous guest, these negotiations are unlikely to conclude in any meaningful resolution unless the US is somehow involved. And if the US is involved, I think what they are going to ask for is not going to be only about Iran's kind of stopping its nuclear program. They're going to ask for more advantages at this time, which I think is and part of the reason I'm saying I think this is some sort of a deadlock at the moment. I think in addition to halting the nuclear program and stopping nuclear enrichment, Iran would likely be asked to stop producing ballistic missiles, given what has happened in the past few days, and maybe in tiny cut support for proxy groups. But is Iran is willing to do those? I don't think so.
Unlikely.
And not only will it, very unlikely.
So how stable is the regime in Tehran at the moment?
Stable, do you mean like the possibility of popular uprisings? Or
yes.
Is it about...
Yes, indeed.
In that sense, because Israel has been kind of, I think, strategically deploying this narrative of opening up a vacuum power for popular uprisings in Iran the past few days, but I think this narrative is far from new. Foreign interventions have always been justified on the ground of enabling democratic changes. We need to remember that Iran, the Islamic Republic, has repressed political organization, has prevented the possibility of creating political parties for decades. So there are no kind of political organizations that could mobilize people at this particular moment. And we know that war is as a context, is not the context for collective organizing, right? People are very concerned about their day-to-day survival. They're coping with anxiety. They are not really, you cannot really expect. But I think people who are kind of putting more hope, they have more hope in the possibility of regime change to the war are royalists mostly. And they are the ones who are actually mostly hopeful in the war bringing a top-down change rather than a popular uprising. But something that is important to notice is that this is uneven, like the geography of Iran is uneven. In some areas, such as, for instance, in Kurdistan, the Kurdish regions, there is this kind of historical, there's a history of political organization. In those areas, the situation might be different, as we already have seen in the political statements of the parties.
And finally, and briefly, if you wouldn't mind, what support does Iran have in the region in its conflict with Israel?
At the moment, I would say not much, really, probably none. I mean, that they would be lucky if the course of events don't drag more states into this war, because I'm afraid that many states would rather just take a neutral position in this war, very, very expectedly. As we have seen, at least, I mean, when compared to Assad regime, they could survive for that long because at least they had the support of Iran and Russia to an extent. Iran doesn't even have that. And many states prefer to take a neutral stance, or if the circumstances change and maybe this war kind of transforms into some sort of civil conflict, maybe some of them, including, I believe, Turkey, might even opportunistically try to use that situation for expanding their own strategic depth and horizons. But I don't think Iran can actually count on any state for any meaningful help beyond this kind of diplomatic, suggesting diplomatic support or discursive support. I don't think that they can. It's very likely for them to receive any meaningful military support from any state.
Okay, thanks for guiding us through that, Sarah. Sarah Kamanian from the University of Sussex. Thank you so much.
No, everyone understands that I'm for bombing Iran. Everyone understands that I'm for decapitating the Ayatollah, literally. Not just figuratively, literally, all right? And that democracy needs to flourish with the secular movement that is very strong in Iran. There is an educated population that's secular that wants democracy. I'm against bringing back the Shah, all right? So, in my email box, all right, Alex Jones sends email to that's on the email chain here, right? So he sends it to everybody. All right. Friday Live. Trump's war fever has broken. Because Tucker Carlson and Bannon convinced him to wait it out. In the past 24 hours, the world was pulled back from the brink of nuclear Armageddon after President Trump was briefed on the potentiality of planet-killing scenarios. Really? Really? Iran doesn't have a nuclear fucking weapon. They are trying to enrich it so they can have a nuclear weapon. So who's going to fire the nuclear weapon if the United States knocks out the nuclear facilities? Russia? Really? Really think that's gonna happen? Alex Jones? Fucking A. This guy's a fucking clown. A clown. All right, let's go to Fox News here.
In Israel and Iran now enters its second week. Iran continues to lob missiles at Israel. Earlier today, the sirens were sounding here from the north to the south of the country. We were able to watch the missile interceptions overhead here in Tel Aviv. One missile did get through in the Tel Aviv area, striking down, causing no injuries. Another missile landed to the south, the town of Beersheba, that's been under fire lately, also resulting in no injuries. A different story in the northern port city of Haifa, where a missile came down. More than 20 people were injured. 3 of those injuries said to be serious, including a 16-year-old who took shrapnel to the chest. One woman did die, but she died of a heart attack running to the bomb shelters. The Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency says Iran was not taking the final steps toward making a bomb. And despite the recent warfare, diplomacy, he says, could still prevent Iran from getting that bomb.
We have confirmed that Iran does have, even now, enough material for several warheads. But this should not be equated with a nuclear weapon. We do not have, at this point, if you ask me, at this point, any tangible proof that there is a program or a plan to fabricate, to manufacture a nuclear weapon.
Now, in response to the missile strikes, Israel's defense minister promised increased activity of the air campaign in Iran last night and today. Israeli fighter jets were active both above central and western Iran. The IDF says the targets were missiles and military infrastructure. Kaylee, back to you.
Thank you, Mike. Keep us updated. Well, General Jack Keane, here's where I want to start. It's very clear to me why Iran can never have a nuclear weapon for myriad reasons. You look at Pakistan, the fears of a non-state actor getting a nuclear weapon. There's the question of if Iran's rational. There's the idea that we don't want nuclear proliferation.
Let me get this straight. It's very clear to her. But why isn't it very clear to Alex Jones? Huh? Because Alex Jones is a pacifist. Alex Jones is a fucking pacifist.
Among rogue regimes. But I'm wondering if you could explain very clearly why it is in the U.S. national interest to prevent this from happening.
Yeah, well, first of all, look at Iran's behavior and the language they've used for 45 years. Their theme is dominating control of the Middle East and the flow of oil out of the Persian Gulf, drive the United States military out of the region so we lose our influence in the region, and destroy the state of Israel. Now, when they used to say that, in the early days of the regime back in the 80s, people would roll their eyes and say, well, they're not really serious about that. They are dead serious about it. And acquiring a nuclear weapon gives them 2 things. And the first thing is the destruction of the state of Israel. And the state of Israel has to take that existential threat seriously, based on the language and the rhetoric that they've exercised for all these years and their determination to have a weapon. And secondly, it leads to a nuclear arms race if they get a weapon.
Exactly.
In the region.
This is the issue. This is the issue that is the biggest. By them getting a nuclear weapon, Saudi Arabia is going to buy a bunch of them. And they have more money than God. All right? And there will be a nuclear arms race there. And not only that, it changes the whole power dynamic in the region. So if we do what Alex Jones wants, and Iran gets a nuclear weapon, that would be Armageddon. The whole idea is to circumvent, to prevent, to cut at the pass Armageddon. But there are so many people in the United States that are a bunch of pacifists that are aligned with Bannon and Tucker on this and don't see. Don't see. If you're really America first, You got to make sure that Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. You know why? Because the hegemonic power would be totally changed in that region, and it won't be America first. It would be America third or fourth. But Alex Jones knows better. Alex Jones knows better. Really. Really. Fucking A.
After a number of years on the Defense Policy Board with him, some 12 years, we actually developed a friendship, which I was honored to have. And he told me, he said, Jack, you know, the most serious challenge in my lifetime that we're facing is not the calamity of World War II. It's Iran having a nuclear weapon and the Arabs acquiring a weapon, obviously, to prevent them using it. And it would likely, given the volatility of that area, lead to the first nuclear exchange in the world. So
exactly,
it is in U.S. national interest.
Exactly. But Alex Jones wants to be a pacifist. Kick the can down the road until that happens, because he knows it all. Because he knows it all. Let's just repeat what he said. Trump's war fever has broken. In the past 24 hours, the world was pulled back from the brink of nuclear Armageddon after President Trump was briefed on the potentiality of planet-killing scenarios. Alex Jones is a bullshit artist.
Not to have a nuclear weapon, certainly our ally is threatened by it, but the world is threatened by them having a nuclear weapon because of who they are.
Yeah.
This is a diabolical, threatening regime. The fact that they're mullahs and clerics is a fraud. These are thugs and killers who have run this regime for 45 years.
Yeah, who want nuclear weapons. I want to speak to this precise moment in time, and I want to play a clip I heard last night from Rahm Emanuel. He talks about a different moment in the Situation Room. Bill Clinton, 1994, an opportunity the United States had that was not taken. Listen to this.
I'm haunted by two things. Not haunted, but I have a flashing yellow light. In 1994, same room, Situation Room, Bill Clinton was getting basically his security team from North Korea. President Carter having gone there, messed it up and messed up that opportunity, and now you have a nuclear North Korea.
Yep.
Is that a lesson we should look to?
Yep. And believe me, I know all about this because my brother was in the fucking military when this was happening. Listen here. Listen here very carefully. By being a pacifist will lead to a nuclear weapon in Iran. 100% sure about that, and it changes the power dynamic. So all of these pacifists in America that are America first, that are aligned with Tucker and Bannon, you're fucking wrong. You're fucking wrong.
Stopped North Korea in 1994, and here we are again, history repeating itself with the fanatical regime.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have Grossi on here and others saying, well, we have even people in our intel community saying, well, Iran hasn't made a decision to have a nuclear weapon. Are you kidding me? The only industry that
think about that. Think about that. If we knocked out North Korea during the Clinton administration, we wouldn't have the problems with North Korea today. If we knocked out Iran early, maybe in the Carter administration, maybe in the Reagan administration, maybe in Bush Sr.'s administration, maybe during Clinton's administration, maybe during Bush Jr.'s administration, maybe during Obama's administration, maybe during Trump's 45 administration, maybe during the Biden administration. No. And it's gotten to this point because everyone was afraid. Leadership means taking risks. But what it is that you have a huge community out there in the United States that listens to people like Alex Jones. That's a pacifist. And literally, if you teleported these pacifists that are listening to Alex Jones right now, all right, they would be the same types of pacifists that would not have fought with George Washington. They would have been wanting to stay with the King of England. Or if you teleport them during the Civil War, they wouldn't be fighting for freedom and, you know, and to maintain the Union. No. They would be aligned with the Confederacy. All right, let's teleport to World War I. These pacifists would say, let's not engage in World War I. Well, let's go to World War II. These pacifists would not storm the beaches of Normandy. And we're supposed to think that Alex Jones is a paragon of virtue and a paragon of intellect? He doesn't even use the supplements that he sells. Does it look like he's anti-aging? By the way, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. It works. I've been taking it since 2016. I'm older than Alex Jones.
Well, this is an enterprise. It's at 12 sites. Some of the buildings there's 25 to 30 buildings on some of these nuclear sites. Their academic universities are all tied to it in terms of research that's done with it. This is a major, major enterprise, and now they're within 2 weeks of being able to weaponize. And because they haven't made the decision to do that, we're absolutely in the same condition that we're in North Korea. If they made the decision, let's say today, 2 weeks later, now they have 9 weapons. Now they're a nuclear power. Isn't that what happened to us? And to suggest that, well, maybe we shouldn't do.
And that's what Alex Jones wants. Alex Jones is saying that we're going to stop Armageddon by just not engaging. Now, if you look at this from a Kabbalistic point of view, and I'm 100% right on this one, you look at this from a Kabbalistic point of view, if you don't attack negative Esau and destroy Satan, you are a part of negative Esau, and you will die. That's how the metaphysics of this works. But Alex Jones knows better. Alex Jones is negative Esau.
Anything, because they haven't officially made a decision on what they for 25 years they've taken every step that's humanly possible, not only to develop a nuclear weapon, but also they put into this major enterprise, and this is what some people don't get, is the Ayatollah has built an...
Exactly. If you're doing peaceful nuclear energy for civilian purposes, why the fuck would you put it in a bunker in a middle of a mountain? Alex Jones. But Trump's fever is broken. The world's pulled away from Armageddon. I'm telling you, if Trump doesn't take this opportunity to knock out the nuclear capability and knock out the Ayatollah, Trump has failed his administration. This is the reason why there was a blessing given to him. And he doesn't even take it because he's afraid. And he listens to stupid asses like Bannon and Tucker.
That's redundant and resilient, because he knows at some point it would be attacked. And he wants to absorb that attack, survive it, recover and rebuild. And he is never going to voluntarily dismantle his program with verification because it's gone. He believes some of it will be left and I can recover and rebuild. That's really where we are. That's why no progress in negotiations have been made. And that's why the only way to deal with this is you have to forcibly dismantle the program.
Sandra, what could you tell us, General Aquino, about what the president may be weighing in this very moment? We know that Caroline Leavitt at the White House press briefing yesterday made the news of laying out within 2 weeks. We'll know how the president plans to proceed. I want to also add that we just learned through sources to Fox that Senate Majority Leader John Thune has now scheduled an all senators classified briefing on Iran-Israel, on the conflict. That's set for next Tuesday, June 24th. So within 2 weeks means we could have the president tell us how he's going to move forward
in an hour, it could be in a couple days, it could be in 2 weeks. We know he's meeting with his national security team this morning. We don't know if he's emerged from that yet. But what options do you think he is seriously having to weigh in this moment?
Yeah, certainly. Well, he's had 4 or 5 meetings, and these are very detailed meetings in terms of what is our policy overall. And I think when you strategically look at it, I would assume someone like Secretary Rubio is saying, given what the Israelis have done to the Iranians and how back on their heels they really are, you know, they took down 70 of their air defense batteries. There's none left. They've hit 40.
We're seeing the actual melting away of Iran. It's a blessing from God. If Trump doesn't take this, he's going to be cursed. I'm telling you. And the United States is going to, there is a metaphysical thing that is happening here that was written down 2,000 years ago. 2,000 years ago. And if you go against the grain, there's going to be a negative pushback. There's going to be a pushback to it, metaphysically. Trump's going against the grain here. Because he's afraid. He's afraid. Like Bannon is afraid. Tucker's afraid. Alex Jones afraid.
At military sites, they've hit every single one of the nuclear sites, all 12 plus of them, either damaged or destroyed them. There is no Air Force. It is completely destroyed. They decapitated their military and scientific leaders, as you know. And listen to this. Where are the proxies who have missiles and rockets? Not a single one of them is coming to their defense. I asked an Israeli general, what's going on with Hezbollah? Do they still have missiles? He said, yes, General, they do. They have thousands of missiles. And why aren't they coming? Why aren't they defending? The Iranians organized Hezbollah. Primary mission to defend Iran. They pump billions and billions of dollars, 150,000 rockets and missiles. Why haven't they fired any of those in defense?
You know where that money came from? You know where that money came from? Some of it came from Obama, writing down a $150 billion check. You know where the other amount came from? Selling oil to China. So you can get cheap goods at Walmart.
They have lost their will, and they believe that Iran is about to be finished. Where is Russia and China and North Korea, their strategic partners, that then they have been cooperating, coordinating, and collaborating with each other for 4 years during the Biden administration? Where is the assistance coming to Iran, given the situation they're in? They have plenty of ballistic missiles. They have plenty of rockets. They have all sorts of things that can come to Iran's aid. Not going near it.
Yeah.
It is isolated and most vulnerable it's been in 45 years. So I think Rubio would likely say this is a strategic opportunity for us to remove, not to remove, but to end Iran's domination of the region in their adverse behavior that has been going on for all of these years. We could come close right now to ending that, and maybe in the long run.
And don't you think that there was a metaphysical, construct here, that there's a blessing that's wrapped up that I've been saying since October 7th of 2023. All right. There's been that nations and people are going to be cursed or blessed and cursed, right? So there's going to be cursed and blessed and blessed and cursed. Everyone in the world and nations. And they have to look at themselves and try to become better. All right. Including Israel, including the United States. And that there's going to be this battle between Jacob and Esau is going to have to repent and align with Jacob. And the part that doesn't repent, what I call the negative Esau, is going to die. And this is not, just a great thought from Dr. Paul Cottrell, even though I do have great thoughts. But this was written down 2,000 years ago. And no one's paying attention to the Zohar about this. Listen, listen. Iran is supposed to fall. It always was supposed to fall. Now, Syria melted away. Hamas and Hezbollah melted away, even though, you know, there was a lot of fighting that was going on in Gaza and you know, Syria and Lebanon with Israel. You know, there was a lot of fighting, but they've been somewhat neutralized. And now Iran's air defense systems are totally obliterated. That's a blessing. All that doesn't happen in such a short amount of time unless God is blessing this whole situation. And Trump is not seeing this? There was a blessing that was brought down to protect Trump during Butler. And he can't see that it's only literally steps away of solving the fucking Middle Eastern problem, and he's not willing to knock out the nuclear facilities and topple the regime and bring democracy to Iran. You don't even need boots on the ground on this. This is not Iraq and Afghanistan. Afghanistan is a bunch of goat herders in the Stone Age. And Iraq didn't have enough people that were educated. This is not the same thing. But you listen to Scott Ritter and you listen to Alex Jones and that Israel was going to fail. Really? Did they fail at the end of 2023? No. Did they fail in 2024? No. Are they failing in 2025? No. So maybe Scott Ritter and Alex Jones is fucking wrong.
Internally will make a change themselves in terms of that direction.
Yeah, and, you know, I think President Trump gets that. And, you know, this 2 weeks deadline, and when we just have a few moments here, General Keane, but I do want to put it in the context of some of the reporting that came out from the Times of Israel, how an Israeli-American deception campaign lulled Iran into a false sense of security. Is it your view that this 2 weeks language, the public broadcasting of where President Trump's head at, could be a part of a strategic plan, maybe to either lull Iran into a place of comfort, or there's some four-dimensional chess going on with what's being publicly broadcast and then privately discussed behind the scenes?
Yeah, well, certainly that could be the case. And, you know, I didn't fully answer your question. I just dealt with the policy issue. But getting back to what's happening here, he gets briefed on what the military option is or options, and what the risk is to executing those options. And then it will take the president down the path of what is Iran's most likely reaction to it? What are they probably going to do? What's their most dangerous course of action they would take for us? And then they'll walk him through what we would do to deal with all of that. So those things are clearly out there. In terms of the 2 weeks, I think the carrier strike group may be a factor here. You know, it's coming from the Pacific Ocean. It arrives this weekend. I don't think it has much to do with protecting our forces as much as it has to do with retaliation against Iran if they make the decision to strike our forces. Now, obviously, they can thicken the defense, but I think that extra combat power.
He's right, but I think that what really is going to happen is that because Israel knocked out their command and control, military command and control, the transmission mechanism of an order from the Ayatollah to actually what to do isn't there anymore. We're literally seeing Iran fall apart. But Scott Ritter thought that Israel was going to fall. Mearsheimer thought Israel was going to fall.
It is for that reason, and also let the Iranians see it.
Yeah.
And so the 2 weeks, obviously he advertised it as he wanted to see if they were willing to make a deal. Well, they've already answered that question. It goes right back to what I said at the outset. They are not going to give up their program. They are willing to accept this attack.
We say 60 days to make a deal, but they've had nearly half a century, since 1979.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
All right, let's go to...
This is what Ivy League universities you can get into with a 3.6 GPA. 90%.
All right, let's listen to Bloomberg here.
Stand out in historic terms. The larger ones were done in a large bipartisan package.
Would you consider deal breakers here? Next in line might be SALT, which is amazing to me that it's come to this. But there was a deal, of course, in the House. If you watch or listen to Bloomberg, you already know it's a big story around here, $40,000. It came out of the Ways and Means Committee at 30. A lot of people thought maybe that's where this would settle down. Senate kicks it back at 10. You know, we don't know. Not at all. We've learned why. Republican senators aren't in blue states where this matters. Mike Lawler is, your former colleague talked to us about this on Wednesday, because the position of the SALT caucus is over my dead body, right? I'm a no vote, not a dime less. Here's Mike Lawler on Bloomberg.
The Senate needs to recognize they can make changes, they can enter into negotiations, but the fact is you need 218.
Let's go to Alex Jones and listen to his rhetoric.
Listen, did Israel say they're going to attack the aircraft carriers and our bases? And then what do you think Trump's going to do? So for Trump, it's all about, can we take out this and end this problem? Trump, the Iranians are going to escalate, and your advisors know that. So the majority have told him that, but others are telling him, no, they'll back down. Just like NATO said for decades since 1991, encroaching on Russia, building weapons to their border, and trying to overthrow...
Now just remember, Dr. Paul Cottrell is older than Alex Jones.
According to all the military actuaries, with thermonuclear war. That is the reality. And I can't harp on it enough. And even if Trump makes the right decision and doesn't go to full war with Iran, and
if they try to attack our strike groups, we'll be able to knock down the missiles. Don't worry about it. And guess what? Being a risk taker is part of being a leader.
even if Trump makes the right decision, what do you think Benjamin Netanyahu and his folks?
See, here we go. Negative Esau right here.
They were willing to be heavily involved in 9/11 to get their agenda through. This is the seventh country they want to take down, and they're now about to do it, they think. What do you think the different elements of the globalist system? The British can stage a terror attack, the Israelis can do it, elements of the CIA, or the Iranians might order their people to go ahead and do it. And we're told imminently they want to kill Trump. Trump's being set up to be killed. It's blamed on Iran. I mean, you could not be in a more dangerous, out of control situation. So that's why it's so refreshing that Trump came out yesterday and said, okay, 2 weeks, I got to assess this. We got a lot of issues here. Yeah. So let's say this nuclear site's full, all this radioactive material, you're going to drop a bunch of giant bombs on it. And all the nuclear scientists say that's going to create something worse than Chernobyl. And then the world's going to sit there while we create a Chernobyl and all the nuclear detectors.
It's not going to make it worse than Chernobyl because you don't have, it's not, could you have
like dirty bomb kind of radioactivity, yes. But it's not going to be Chernobyl because you don't. It's not in a nuclear reactor. They're just spinning it in a centrifuge. This guy's an idiot.
Trump's 79 years old, has a lot of general knowledge, very smart in many ways, but he didn't know Ukraine doubled attacks for 4 weeks before Russia did theirs. He later said, oh, I found out. No, Russia's doing what it has to do. Zelensky should stop that. See, I know how this works, and I talk to the people that advise the president. So I know what's going on. And they got the B-2 bombers all lined up over there.
Yeah. Because they have to do it in a serial bombing run.
Pulling up.
Got to eat popcorn listening to Alex Jones because it's so entertaining.
And they've been trying to sell us this war fever, but the American people in polls, over 80% on average, do not want this. Because everybody knows who's starting on this. Everybody knows who's behind this. Everybody understands it at a base level.
Really?
Basic level.
Really? Basic level, huh? He really doesn't understand.
And then it's boiled down to, are you for the mullahs or are you for Israel?
It's for
when I am for not entering into something.
There's only 3 soul roots that you need to pay attention to: Jacob, Esau, and Ishmael. Which one are you? This guy is not Jacob. He's negative Esau. And negative Esau is attached to Satan.
The most important thing to do is to take this information.
Really?
From myself and from Steve Bannon and from Tucker Carlson that are explaining this.
You can't.
And give it to
Have you noticed he has to like kind of think himself through? He's even declining in cognitive ability, I've noticed. I don't listen to him. All right? All right? The point that I'm making, because it's so entertaining. There's one, he doesn't even use the supplements he tries to sell you. All the supplements that I sell, I use. The proof's in the pudding. He's aged much faster in the last 10 years. I haven't aged much at all in 10 years. Who's more educated? DrPaulCottrell is way more educated than Alex Jones. And none of that. DrPaulCottrell is not wrong about the metaphysics of this. You are either Jacob or Esau. If you are Esau, you're either positive or negative. And to be positive, you have to repent and align yourself with Jacob and Ishmael. That's it. That's your choices. You don't have any other choices. That's the way it works. There's no other choices. And if Israel was so bad, why does it seem as though there is a cleansing process that's taking place on October 7th, from October 7th, to curse Israel by God because of the secular movement that's trying to erode following Torah principles? But, like I said, there's 2 phases to this. First, you get cursed and then you're blessed, or you're blessed and then cursed. And the United States is somewhat blessed before and during October 7th. Be very careful. The United States can be cursed. We are a prosperous nation because of the blessing from God. It's called the Kav flow. All right? So if you want to sever that flow, you're not going to be successful. Israel is doing the impossible. If you just like sit down and try to think about the probability of them doing this, it would have been impossible. There is only one one explanation of how they were able to do what they were doing. Because they got a blessing. Now, why would they get the blessing? Well, we're getting closer and closer to the Messianic time period, only 215 years away. And a whole lot has to happen between now and then. Don't you find it really odd that 5 red cows pop up during the crisis of 2020? You need the red cows to build the temple. This is metaphysical. It's not the standard Westphalian bullshit that everyone's been dealing with for the last 4 or 5 decades. And that's the reason why he's wrong. Leaders take risks. Leaders take risks. Would he have stormed Normandy? Probably not. You know why? Because he's a pacifist.
There's a 2-week deadline to allow for negotiations, so give me that.
He doesn't even say much.
Yeah, I saw that.
You see that's really a lot of dead time?
So Iran thinks they're winning their war with Israel right now.
Or not.
And really, is this all just a delay for the Gerald Ford and other systems to get there?
Probably.
No.
I can't. I'm telling you. He's negative Esau. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. And don't be an Alex Jones. Get the C60. This will soak up free radicals. It's very potent. It'll soak up free radicals, reduce stress at the cellular level and at the tissue level. And when you reduce stress at the tissue level, you're improving your organ systems. That's like your liver and your kidneys, right? But also your immune system, your vascular system, your neural system, your skin. C60 can help with the basal layer of your skin by soaking up free radicals and reducing stress at the basal layer. So, take C60, it's going to soak up those free radicals. And by soaking up those free radicals, less stress in the cell, better health with the mitochondria, more ATP. ATP is super important because you have a decline of health in mitochondria, you age faster. You have less energy. You don't want to be like Alex Jones that has low T and low energy, do you? No. So take the C60, it's going to soak up those free radicals, help improve the concentration of ATP. And by doing that, you're going to have more energy, your immune system is going to perform better, your endocrine system is going to perform better, your neurons are going to perform better. Because you're reducing the stress on the neuron, you're improving the mitochondria of the neuron, you're going to have more ATP to create neurotransmitters. And when those neurotransmitters are firing, then you're going to have better neuroplasticity. You're going to have positive neuroplasticity. Super important to slow down the aging process. You notice that he was like talking like a lot of dead air. It was almost like he was like confused. He's younger than I am. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take the C60, take a teaspoon a day. And by taking a teaspoon a day, especially on an empty stomach for best absorption, you're going to be soaking up those free radicals and you're slowly reducing stress in the cell and boosting up that ATP, improving your mitochondria health, and your immune system and your endocrine system and your brain function is going to improve. Those neurons are going to fire better. But not just that, your vascular system is going to improve. Why? Because in your blood, there are free radicals. And by soaking up those free radicals, you're reducing the chances of oxidized LDL. You need oxidized LDL to make plaque. So if you don't have oxidized LDL, you don't build up plaque. So by soaking up free radicals, you're reducing the chances of plaque buildup. It's a really simple concept. And if you're doing this over a long period of time,
you're actually improving your health. And then you couple it with holistic approaches like proper diet and exercise and drinking filtered water and staying away from processed foods. He doesn't stay away from processed foods, and he eats too much fried chicken. And by doing that, by eating properly, doing the 4 modalities of exercise, cardio, resistance training, stretching and balancing, those are all very important for not just brain function, but overall health of the body and musculature. Learning new things, reading a book, a real book, cover to cover, writing and talking to people in the real world, having a positive outlook. When you look at him and you look at Dr. Paul Cottrell, if you look at Alex Jones and you look at Dr. Paul Cottrell, which one seems like there's a lot of negative energy? There's a lot of negative energy in Alex Jones. Maybe he needs my health protocol. But the point here is that mindfulness or some spirituality will calm down the central nervous system, put you in from sympathetic to parasympathetic mode. And that will bring down the cortisol levels. Because elevated cortisol ages the body faster. And it suppresses the immune system. And your blood glucose levels go up. You don't want that. You want to go into parasympathetic mode. Your cortisol levels go down. Your blood glucose levels go down. And your immune system goes up. Now, because Alex Jones is a hothead all the time, you have seen him, plus his fried chicken, age himself much, much faster. So this is proof positive that a holistic approach is the proper path. And then you go to your doctor and you get, tests, blood work, get, a EKG, make sure you get bone density scans and calcium screening, right? And you can see your numbers improve over time. And if you have a problem, let's say liver enzymes are a little elevated and you need to improve the health of your liver, then you can target that. So by getting telemetry of how your body is performing over, so many months or over so many years, you're going to actually see that you're improving your health. But not just that, when you look in the mirror after a year taking C60, you're going to notice that you're slowing down the aging process. Because there is a very strong correlation, the slowing down of aging and bringing down inflammation and bringing down free radicals. And that's the core of the protocol. So there's this core, max 35, max 14 or cleanse to boost up the immune system. That's the first pillar of the core. The second pillar is the C60, soak up those free radicals. The third pillar is the turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the lignans. So bring down that inflammation, right? When you're bringing down that inflammation, you're boosting up your immune system and you're helping your cardiovascular system. And the boomer boost, to boost up those energy levels and to rev up that metabolism. And you've targeted all these different points, these vectors, you have all these different vectors that are targeting and slowing down the aging process. That's why my protocol works. It's that simple. It's not like overly complicated at all. But there's so many people that don't do it. But it works. So don't be an Alex Jones. And don't be a negative Esau. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the C60, take a teaspoon a day every day. You can get it in MCT coconut oil, avocado oil, or extra virgin olive oil. C60 has to be in an oil for you to properly absorb it. It's that simple. Take a teaspoon a day every day, preferably on an empty stomach. If you work out, take it before your workout so you can soak up those free radicals that you're generating during your workout, and you'll be able to recover quicker from the workout. So please go to my store, get the C60, get the protocol. If you don't want to get the full protocol, then you can mix and match based on what I've been saying throughout this whole transmission. Don't be an Alex Jones. Alex Jones is younger than I am.
looks a hell of a lot older. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Follow my protocol, it works. Thank you for listening, and have a nice day.